Yeah, I'm good. Let me just try it real quick. My camera's not on, right? I mean, not
a week later, we got a letter from her. It's not happy. So it was very odd.
yeah, I'll be fine.
No, there's still
Yeah, we had just boys. First one had to leave, the second one had to do that. I got this box of great movies. I get with the costumes. And I was just looking for all those airlifts. 12 seconds. Franklin's got to see it.
Good morning. If everyone can start taking their seats, we'll get started in about 5 minutes.
She's at least been called out of state.
So I got my son, my grandson, my granddaughter.
Oh my gosh.
It's not supposed to be easy. I got a quick my brother's service picture.
We'll check on that.
Three medals.
She calls us.
Can't wait to see them. See, actually, I went and put up there some close up and wide. Close up here and wide.
I decided I'm going to walk the break. That's what we talked about Wednesday.
It's not. I know. It's a problem.
Good morning, everyone. You guys can close the doors in the back. We're going to get started. My name is Jennifer Nazarenko. I am the Director for Outreach and Communications. I want to welcome you to our family member update. At this time, if you are able, we will ask you to stand for the posting of the colors and the singing of the national anthem.
I'm too low. I feel like I need to be higher.
Guard, attention. Port colors. Around step, ready for step. Ready, face.
Oh, say, can twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched was so gallantly streaming, and the rockets regular, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Thank you. You can take your seats. We would like to give a special thanks to the Vietnam Veterans of America, Chapter 154, for presenting the colors today, and to Miss Allison for the beautiful rendition of the national anthem. We're here this morning to provide an update on our efforts to recover and account for your loved ones that were lost during our nation's past conflicts. There are about 100 government officials here today to support you, the families. We'll provide briefings on our efforts and answer questions and meet with you to discuss your loved ones' cases. There are 535 family members with us today, representing 305 cases of men who made the ultimate sacrifice so that we can enjoy our freedoms. Through you today, we hope to learn the stories of your loved ones and get to know these men better. We were last here in Detroit in September of 2017, and we had 295 family members present, representing 233 unaccounted for. Today, we have over 428 family members who are attending for the first time, so welcome to you. If this is your first time attending a family update, would you please raise your hand? My goodness, that's amazing. We would also like to recognize any veterans in the room. If you are a veteran, if you could please stand and be recognized if able. Thank you very much for your service. As some of you may have seen when you arrived, we have a very unique and special guest with us today. We have Annie, who is a certified therapy dog from an organization, nationally recognized organization, Love on a Leash. She's here to meet with you, to give you comfort, and to just greet you. And so please feel free to meet with Annie and her handler, Kayla.
All right, in recognition recognition of our thanks for your participation today, understanding what an important difference Annie makes here for this emotional event. We wanted to show you, give you a little token of our appreciation. It's a collage of the work that we do here at DPAA and a little note from our director, Kelly McKegg. So thank you very much, Kayla.
Thank you very much. I would also like to introduce you to some of our senior leaders from DPAA. First, our Principal Deputy Director, Mrs. Jennifer Walsh. Next, our Deputy Director for Operations, Captain Meghan Bodnar. Our Chief of Staff, Air Force Colonel Derek Rankin, who is not in the room right now, but you will meet him later. He'll be doing a presentation. And our Senior Enlisted Leader, Army Sergeant Major Flores. She is not in the room either, but you will see her shortly also.
Zoom out.
We also have a few of our senior staff directors in the room. Here with us today is our Director for Europe-Mediterranean, Ms. Heather Harris. Our Director for Indo-Pacific, Mr. Chris Phelps. You'll see him in the back of the room. Our Director for Information Technology, Mr. Mike Hardebeck, also in the back of the room. And our Director for Partnerships and Innovations, Mr. Rocky Gillette. And you will hear from Rocky later today for a briefing. There are bios in the programs on your table of our senior staff and also of all the presenters today. So just a quick little overview of our agenda. It's up on the screen for your reference, and we also have copies in the program books on your table. In addition to the agenda booklet, you will see some folders or on your table, some survey codes. If you are of mind from a technology standpoint and would like to do your survey digitally, please just scan the QR code. If not, in your folders there are hard copies of the survey. We very much appreciate your feedback. It helps us to improve our meetings. Also, if you parked here in the hotel and you would like to have your parking validated, if you'll see Mr. Greg Hayes, who was at the registration table, he will give you a validation for your parking. As you can see up on the stage is the 2026 National POWMI Recognition Day poster. In 1979, President Jimmy Carter established the National POWMI Recognition Day. This day is observed annually on the third Friday of September. The day was established to honor veterans who were held as POWs and those who remain missing today. Each year, the President issues a presidential proclamation to commemorate the day, and every year, DPAA creates a poster to recognize the debt we owe to the sacrifice for their the sacrifice that they made for our freedom. The poster is available if you're interested in ordering it on DPAA's website. It was designed by Army Sergeant Ashley Maxwell, who is here today. She's a photographer with DPAA. And Ashley, if you would please come up. She'll give you a brief overview on the inspiration for the poster and the symbolism behind it.
Good morning and welcome. I just want to start by saying what a privilege it is to be up here and to have this opportunity to talk to you all. So designing this poster, I wanted every element to reflect not just DPA's mission, but its promise. So at the center of the poster is the gold star, and it represents you all of the family members who have sacrificed so much. It stands as a symbol of loss, but also strength. It's a reminder of why this mission matters and why we continue our work. Overlaying the gold star is the POW-MIA flag. This represents how the families carry the memory of their loved ones every day. It reflects your role in preserving their legacy and their memory, ensuring that they are never forgotten. And finally, the warrior ethos ties it all together. It's the mindset behind the mission and the commitment to never leaving anyone behind. It drives the work forward and serves as a constant reminder of the responsibility we carry. This is my last event with DPAA before I move on to serve as a drill sergeant. This is very bittersweet for me, and the mission that DPAA does will go with me wherever I go. I'll carry it with me. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. So my name is Sergeant Major Flores. I am the Senior Enlisted Advisor for this entire DoD agency. And I'm up here to tell you guys a little bit about Sergeant Maxwell. As she stated a little bit, right, she just graduated from the United States Army Drill Sergeant Academy. And if you guys don't know what that is, thank you. To give you guys an idea, the top 1% of the United States Army is selected to attend the Drill Sergeant Academy. And of that top 1%, there's about a 50% attrition rate. So if you put that in perspective, that this is one of the top non-commissioned officers in the United States Army, and she's about to embark on probably the funnest assignment, the funnest in the United States Army. She will be shaping the future of the Army. She will be taking a civilian and making them a soldier. And also that poster. So if I could get another gigantic round of applause for this amazing.
Thank you, Sergeant Major Flores and Sergeant Maxwell. It is my pleasure to introduce you to our Chief of Staff, Colonel Derek Rankin. He assumed his position in July of 2025 and is responsible for staff synchronization, coordination of strategic planning efforts, and administrative actions to achieve the agency's goal of the fullest possible accounting and the nation to our missing personnel and the nation. So, Colonel Rankin.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Detroit Family Member Update, hosted by the Defense POW MIA Accounting Agency, or DPAA. On behalf of my fantastic co-host, who just had to step out for a case summary, our Deputy Director of Operations, Captain Meghan Bodnar, and the rest of our incredible staff, it is a profound honor to be in your presence and share with you what the Department of War is doing to execute the fullest possible accounting for those who remain missing from our nation's past conflicts. To the population that we serve, you, our families, and especially to our newcomers, which I hear we have over 400 of. We thank you for being here with us today. And I applaud each of you for attending, connecting, and sharing your invaluable stories with us, and to hopefully get some answers that perhaps you've been waiting on for decades. So at DPAA, our core principles are clear. We rely on collaboration and innovation, continually pushing the boundaries of science while upholding the strictest standards of integrity in all of our work. This dedication spans from world-class laboratories in Nebraska and Hawaii, and all the way to our field recovery missions at sites around the world. Our dedicated team of over 700 professionals, comprised of military personnel and civilians, work with a shared focus, a sacred obligation to a sacred mission to achieve the fullest possible accounting for our missing heroes, always treating their remains, their legacies, and their families with the deepest compassion and respect. At DPAA, we embody the warrior ethos, as you saw on that poster, to never leave a fallen comrade behind. And I will tell you, at DPAA, we live that warrior ethos every single day. And so, I'm going to take just a few minutes to show you exactly what that WWII ethos looks like. Please play the video.
We write no last chapters. We close no books. We put away no final memories. An end to America's involvement in Vietnam cannot come before we have achieved the fullest possible accounting of those missing in action.
Why keep searching? The answer is simple. You never leave a fallen American behind. The mission of the Defense POW MIA Accounting Agency, or DPAA, is to provide the fullest possible accounting for our missing personnel to their families and their nation. Strategically located in Arlington, Virginia, with major facilities at Joint Base Pearl Harbor, Hickam, Hawaii, and Offutt Air Force Base, Nebraska, the more than 600-person defense agency is jointly manned by soldiers, sailors, airmen, and Marines, and Department of Defense civilians with specialized skills. Researching, recovering, identifying, and ultimately returning an individual to their family begins with analysis and investigation. The DPAA experts begin the search by studying all known information regarding the circumstances of each loss. Historians and analysts gather information from U.S. veterans, foreign witnesses, archival records, and other sources. They then create a case file for each unaccounted for American. This file may include historical records, official correspondence, maps, photographs, daily activity logs, and medical and personnel records of the missing person. These files are continually updated until an identification is made.
Once the research has been done here, and we get the command's approval, we send out small teams. It could be up to 2 people, it could be a 10-person team, conducting interviews at a villager's house, at a district office, or a combination of going to the site first and then conducting the interviews on site.
Once all available information is analyzed, a decision can be made to disinter individuals buried as unknown or conduct field investigations. During a typical investigation mission, personnel interview potential witnesses, conduct on-site reconnaissance, and survey terrain for safety and logistical concerns. Teams also try to generate new leads that may result in future recoveries. The main goal of the investigation is to obtain enough information to correlate or connect a particular site with one or more missing Americans. If enough on-site evidence is found, the site will be recommended for recovery and excavation. Recovery sites range in size from a few square meters, such as in individual burials, to areas larger than football fields for aircraft crashes. DPAA may hire as many as 100 local workers to help with the excavation process.
This job has so many benefits. For me personally, it's an opportunity to serve the country, but also our fighting forces and kind of contribute to that as well. Professionally, it's just an incredible challenge to get to work in all the countries where we work, to travel to these amazing sites, to work with the local villagers and local officials, and just have the opportunity to give somebody some answers after decades of waiting to know what happened to their loved one, and maybe just wrestling with the grief that lack of information and lack of answers brings. We have the chance to resolve that for them, and that's just an incredible opportunity.
Investigative and recovery missions in search of missing Americans take DP to battlefields of World War II throughout Europe. After a successful recovery, all evidence is then transported to the DPAA laboratories. Once they've arrived in the lab, the painstaking process of identification begins. This is the final step of the mission, leading to the return of an individual. In many of the cases, an important step in the identification process is DNA analysis. which is accomplished by cutting a bone sample that is sent to the Armed Forces DNA Identification Laboratory. One of the challenges DPAA faces today is the lack of reference samples from family members of those still unaccounted for. Any person who is a relative of an unaccounted for American is encouraged to contact their service casualty office to ensure there is a DNA reference sample on file for that service member. DPAA makes an identification when all available evidence remains. Artifacts and historical documents point to the same person. The ID process can take anywhere from a few months to several years to complete. Any unresolved cases are kept open with the hope that new evidence will be found or new technologies will be developed to make a future identification possible. Once an American has been identified, there remains a return to their family through their respective service casualty office. They are returned home with full military honors and given the respect they earned through their service and sacrifice for their country.
Oh, as a family member, this agency, to me, is doing phenomenal work, and in a very personal way, because when somebody loses somebody, like my father, and you really don't know what the story is for 70 years, and then you find an agency that knows about him and keeps his memory alive, keeps the mission alive to try to find him. It's very meaningful in a very personal way, because it means you're not just doing this yourself alone. You have a whole body of people who are concerned about finding your dad and bringing him home.
That says something about how we honor our dead, particularly those who have served this nation. I'm very grateful to all of the DPAA and related agencies and the military in general, as they've pursued this in our government, and for our citizens, because they think it's an important enough mission to continue. And the way we value life, and very few nations, I don't think any other nation to this degree does this.
Which, makes me proud to be an American.
I just wanted to yell openly to everybody out there, he's home, he's home. I couldn't believe it. And when I went up and touched his name, you're home, you're home. It's unbelievable. I'm glad I live in the United States of America, and that we have this attitude. Leave no man behind. We're so fortunate. I want you to know, and I know from my own experience, that if something's happened to you, we will be looking for you.
The men and women of the Defense POW MIA Accounting Agency are united in their effort to recover and return as many of our missing personnel as possible. One more patriot return, one more family that now has answers. One more step in fulfilling our nation's promise.
Towards the end of that video, there's a message that we always want to relay. It's that for those servicemen and women who are serving today, that should something happen to them, once hostilities cease, there's an agency that knows your story and will bring you home. So some background about DPAA. In 2015, then Secretary of Defense Chuck Hagel was directed by Congress to consolidate the entire past conflict accounting effort into a single agency. The agency was then established to ensure the achievement of the fullest possible accounting, as well as the establishment of individual case files for all of the missing. Additionally, DPAA established a public-private partnership effort to expand the capabilities to conduct the accounting mission, because you can never build a team large enough to accomplish this sacred mission. Our partners, they help provide vital research, resources, and technology to help this mission evolve and help find the answers that we all are searching for. And lastly, Congress gave us a mandate for DPAA to build the capability and the capacity to account for at least 200 individuals a year, an effort that the agency tirelessly pursues. So the scope of DPA's mission begins with World War II and extends to present day. Of the over 80,000 unaccounted for, spanning from World War II, about 38,000, we believe, can be recovered. And that's largely because many of our unaccounted for are due to deep sea losses or high-speed aircraft crashes where the remains were either fully consumed or they were damaged beyond our ability to get DNA. However, you're going to hear about some of the new technological efforts that our teams have developed. We have not yet quite got to the point where we can get DNA out of heavily charred remains, but we believe someday there's going to be the ability to do just that. DPA's mission set, it's widely seen and recognized as humanitarian, spanning 54 countries around the globe. Because of DPAA's humanitarian mission, we have a unique capability to access nations where other government organizations are unable to enter because of the special relationships we establish through our mission to open the door with those host nations. The interest of our mission set from the families, it's monumental, as evidenced by your amazing presence with us here today. It is our endeavor to continue to spread the word about the accounting mission and to continue to hold these updates so that you, our families, can connect and gain new and vital information. You're going to hear this plug a few times today. If you have not yet donated a family reference sample, or DNA, which is a simple cheek swab, the Armed Forces Medical Examiner System, AFMES, has a table right outside the room where they can assist you in providing a family reference sample. When we have remains that come into the lab, we cannot make that identification until we have DNA to compare it to. This is a critically important step within the process. So please, if you have not yet provided a family reference sample, take the time to do so, and I will be joining you as well today. Thank you to our veteran service organizations for their interest and support of the Sacred Accounting Mission. Their advocacy, it's immense. Their voices are loud, and it is another indicator of the passion we as Americans have for our service members and the warrior ethos. This mission is complex, and it cannot be conducted alone. It requires our partners, support from Congress, the veterans groups, and most importantly, you, our families. On this slide, you'll see our plan for the fiscal year 2026. The fiscal year kicked off on the 1st of October of 2025 and will run through 30 September of 2026. This year, our plan has us operating in 28 countries and territories around the world, spanning 25 investigation teams and 41 recovery teams. Later today, you will have the opportunity to hear about the day in the life of a recovery team. A few updates of note. First, I am proud to share that this past fiscal year, DPAA achieved a historic milestone, 231 identifications of our missing, due to the tireless efforts of the entire DPAA team. Bearing any unforeseen challenges, we hope to continue that success into the remainder of fiscal year 2026. And as we speak, we have multiple teams deployed around the globe, Southeast Asia and Europe, where they're continuously working to identify our missing personnel from past conflicts and hopefully provide those answers to you, our families. Over the last 40 years, DPAA has had great cooperation with our Vietnamese, Laotian, and Cambodian counterparts. South Korea is another important partner of ours. In fact, they have established an agency that is quite similar to DPAA. It is called the Ministry of National Defense for KIA Recovery and Identification, or MACRI. To those of you who are part of the Korean War families, this organization is not only working on behalf of the United States government, but they also pay respect and homage to the families. They understand your sacrifice. In 2018, following the successful Singapore summit, DPAA received 55 boxes of remains from North Korea. The picture in the center of the slide depicts our very own Dr. John Bird and team of the Korea People's Army in North Korea collecting the 55 boxes. Once assessed back to the lab, we discovered that there were not 55 individuals, but there were actually 250 individuals represented in those 55 boxes. Since we recovered those remains from North Korea, we have now identified over 100 missing service members out of that population. Additionally, our team was able to discern between American and South Korean remains, and we've been able to repatriate 90 sets of remains back to South Korea. Because of this monumental effort, those family members who have been told for decades that your loved one is still missing in North Korea got the call. So please, stay hopeful, stay in contact, provide a family reference sample. Those key factors help us in identifying our missing, your loved ones, our nation's heroes. In 2024, cooperation with China renewed, paving the way for multiple recovery missions. From one of those recovery missions that took place in the fall of 2024, DPAA was successful and was able to recover a set of remains. DPAA will continue to do everything within our ability to gain access to places where our missing can be found and hopefully provide answers. And speaking of answers, I'd like to share a story that truly embodies our mission. It's the story of a local hero whose journey home took 80 years. Ladies and gentlemen, Navy Ensign Eugene Esmond Mandenberg. Eugene was born on December 22nd, 1921, right here in Detroit, Michigan. Before his military service, he graduated from the University of Michigan with aspirations of becoming a writer. However, Eugene answered the call of service, and he joined the United States Navy as a pilot and was stationed with Navy Fighter Squadron 88 aboard the USS Yorktown during World War II. On August 15th, 1945, at the age of 23, Ensign Mandenberg was flying his F-6F Hellcat fighter while returning to the aircraft carrier. This mission happened to occur on the very day Japan's surrender was announced. As his formation was returning to the Yorktown, they were ambushed by enemy fighters, and during this final, tragic battle, Eugene's aircraft was shot down. At the time of his death, his remains could not be identified, leading to his official designation as missing in action. Unidentified remains believed to be his were later interred as an unknown at the Manila American Cemetery in the Philippines. In 2019, DPAA disinterred those remains and sent them to our laboratory in Hawaii for study, and then to the Armed Forces DNA Identification Laboratory in Delaware. The age of the remains made identification difficult. Traditional DNA testing methods, which require samples from close relatives, were not sufficient to identify him. Therefore, scientists employed a groundbreaking and new method called single nucleotide polymorphism, or SNPs. Unlike older methods, the SNP technology allowed us to prove a definitive family link across further generations. This was critical for Eugene's case, enabling a successful DNA match using samples from his nephew and a maternal cousin. Using this advanced technology, DNA officially identified the remains as those of Ensign Eugene Mandenberg on March 4th, 2025, making him the very first U.S. service member identified with this method and bringing long-awaited closure to his family. Eugene was brought home to Michigan and is buried just west from here at Beth El Memorial Park in Livonia. Eugene's story is a powerful testament that we will use every tool at our disposal for as long as it takes to bring our heroes home. From the sheer global scope of our mission into the profound 80-year journey of Ensign Eugene Mandenberg back to his home here in Michigan, you can see the full scope of our commitment. The mission is a continuum. It honors the past, it works tirelessly in the present, and it builds for the future. The work is difficult, but our resolve is absolute. At DPAA, we will continue to provide the fullest possible accounting of our missing heroes to you, the families, and to our nation. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you again for spending your time with us. I look forward to connecting with as many of you as possible. Your involvement ensures that our heroes are not forgotten, and it reinvigorates our collective embodiment of the warrior ethos. Again, it's our honor to be here. It is our honor to serve. Thank you all, and have an amazing family member update.
Thank you, Colonel Rankin. Next on the program is what we call our remembrance ceremony. It's an opportunity for you to introduce yourself and to honor your missing loved ones by saying their name and telling their story. Stories help keep memories alive and can be an encouragement to others. So we ask each of you, if you're willing, to share the story. We do ask that you keep your stories very brief because we have a large number of individuals in the audience and we want to give everyone an opportunity to say their loved one's name and just a brief story about them. Please don't use this time to ask questions. We will have a question and answer period at the end. And there are staff members in the room. If you guys can hold up the microphones. If you're interested, please raise your hand and someone will bring a microphone to you. And we will get started. Do we have anyone who wants to start? Yes, sir, here in the middle.
Hi, I'm Gunnery Sergeant Rick Geis. My uncle was lost February 19th, 1945, the same day my dad stormed Iwo Jima. And a B-24 bomber, they were from Gottlieb, Italy. They were bombing the ball bearing factories in Austria. 500 planes, his was the only one hit, lie flat. Lost the ball gunner and 3 engines. We're supposed to ditch in the Adriatic and decided to go down Yugoslavia and cut across the Adriatic. And that's the last we know of them. So we're trying to find those 10 men. Hopefully we will. Thank you all.
Thank you, sir. Here over on the right-hand side.
Are you still on my camera right now?
My Uncle Charles Nybert was missing in action from the Korean conflict.
Can you hold the microphone closer to your face?
Sorry, thank you. My Uncle Charles Nybert was missing in action in the Korean conflict. He went missing in December of 1950.
Thank you.
Well, I'm here for my uncle, Myron Lee Yaw. He was shot down the day after Christmas, 1944, in Belhammer, Germany, and they have never found his remains.
Thank you. Go ahead, sir.
I'm the grandson of John Joseph Heil. He was in Corregidor and was one of the many Marines in the 4th Division. 4th Division? I believe it was the 4th Unit. 4th Division Unit. Sorry. Anyway, he's one of the 4th Marines, and he was one of the ones, many ones that were surrendered and ended up in Cabanatuan and other ones, and was there to the very end until he was one of the 1,619 who were transported on the hell ships. He survived the first 2, I think it's the Roku and the Nora, and he made it to the Brazil and died on his way to Japan with the many others. I believe the number was only 400 actually made it to Japan. Most of you probably already know those numbers. And he had left behind my uncle who was 1.5, my mother who was like 12 or 8, and the older son who was like 12 when this all happened. He had been a prisoner and gone for over 5 years before he passed away. And he was thrown overboard, so we've done the DNA, but we're not sure if that will ever matter. But anyway.
Thank you, sir.
My name is Molly Ross McMillan. I am the sister of James Ross. He joined the service at age 15 and became MIA at age 18, so I have no other information.
Is she in focus? Okay.
What service, ma'am? Thank you.
My name is Gail Parker, and
here for my great uncle August Card. He was one of 6 brothers that, he was my grandfather's brother. 6 brothers joined at the same time, and it says they were from Northville, and it was a record service family, and he went down in New Guinea. He was in the Army and the Air Force.
Thank you, ma'am.
My name is Elaine Lee, and we're here for our uncle, Sergeant Joseph Cooper, who was captured in North Korea and marched to the border near China, and captured at a POW camp, and his remains have not been found as of yet.
Thank you, ma'am. Can we get a microphone over here in the far corner, Brian? While he's getting over there, we'll take this one over here.
Hi, I'm here to represent my uncle John C. Westfall Jr. Grew up on a farm in Pickle, Ohio, joined in 1943 the Marines. He was a machine gunner, died in the Battle of Tarawa on the first day approaching the beach. And for anybody who hasn't been to the Punch Bowl in Hawaii, if you ever get there, it's a very sacred place.
Thank you, sir.
I am the niece of, and this is my father's beloved brother, Elmer Walter Smith. My father passed away in 2024. Elmer Walter was killed on October 20th, 1944 in the Philippines. Thank you.
Thank you.
My dad, Albert Osterman, was shot down in the Sea of Japan in 1945. It was April 15th, 1945. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
I'm here for my uncle, John Pendleton. He was a seaman first class on the USS Lindsay. He died on April 12, 1945. The ship was attacked by 2 kamikaze planes, and his gunnery mount, the second kamikaze, hit that. And so we're here to honor him and to see if we can find out anything to bring it closer to our family. Thank you.
Thank you.
She said, this is not karaoke, sorry. My name's Robert Engel, and I'm the cousin of a good soldier, like we had a lot in here that some of us didn't even get to know, but my cousin Earl Sigmund was in Korea, and he got captured, and in his capture he was wounded, and then they put him on what they called a death march up in North Korea. I believe it was called the Tiger March, and he was struggling because he was wounded, and through that they just brutally executed him, just shot him in the head because he couldn't keep up. And I'd like to just say thanks to all of the soldiers and everyone here today. I'm a veteran myself. God bless you, and I am so much more optimistic now after I've been here today and see everything you guys are doing. And thank you. God bless you all.
Thank you, sir. Yes, please.
I'm the great-grandson of Lieutenant Colonel Bruce Johnson of the U.S. Army, born in Harbor Beach, Michigan. He was missing in the Vietnam War on June 10th, 1965, and in a Huey crash.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Janice Dewey.
I've got my sister Beth here. We are the granddaughters of Major Leland K. Dewey. Was originally born in Cedar Springs, Michigan. Lived in Jackson, Michigan with my grandmother. They were college sweethearts from Michigan State. He graduated in 1925 from Michigan State. He went to the Philippines in probably mid to the fall of 1941. He was a member of the Coastal Artillery. He was in charge of one of the big guns on Manila Harbor. I actually have with me his diary that he kept in the camps. He died on July 24th, 1942 of dysentery and malnutrition, but his buddies kept this away from the Japanese. I also have his Bible, which does have the Japanese stamp in it. The diary does not. Like I said, his buddies kept it away and kept it safe and was able to return it to my grandmother. I have with me also the letters and everything telling me what he did while I was there and all the different things. But he left behind a 4-year-old. He was 5 when my dad was 5 when his father died. They did not know until 1945 that he had died. They had no record of him for a long time, even on the Red Cross rolls. To my grandparents, my great-grandparent, they were just left in limbo for a long time. We really want to bring them home, and hopefully we can soon. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm here for my wife's great uncle, who was a tail gunner on the B-17 Donna Bay 2. They got out of formation over the land and was hit by a 1,000-pound bomb and crashed, and the entire crew was killed.
Focus.
Thank you, sir.
I am here for my uncle, Oren Gillette. He was killed December 8th, 1941 in the Philippines, and his oldest brother would die on December 28th, 1944.
Thank you, sir. Brian, while you have the microphone over there,
I'm here to honor my uncle, Sergeant George J. Scott from Dwight, Illinois. He was killed, we believe, but anyways, the last time they saw him, he was very injured and was taken by the Germans in Italy. And so I'd just like to say thank you for searching for him. He's not been found yet, but since 1943, so thank you.
thank you.
Hi, my name is Terry Hunt. I am here for my father, who was Master Sergeant Robert William Hunt, who went missing February 28th of 1978. I was almost 3. My sister was a month old. He was in the Army. He was in infantry. His tank and 9 others got ambushed. His got hit, and there was a lot of casualties. When they came back, because they had left, but when they came back, they couldn't find him. And so they had heard that he had gotten taken to one prison, and then him and another gentleman had gotten taken to another prison. So when they say that they will continue looking, I've gotten a lot of, since my mom and my sister and I have come to these meetings, we hear a lot of information. They do keep you uplifted and give you a lot of information about your people who are prisoners of war or missing. So I do get a lot of information from people, not even just coming to these meetings, but I still get information from the people that are on these different, I'm trying to think of, I can't think of the word I'm trying to think of now, but these leaders that are on the leadership council and things, that they will send you information, they will give you information about your people that are missing. Not just at these meetings, but they still give you information if you are needed. if you call them or if you write them, they do give you information. Not all coming to these meetings. So I still, well, if I'm with you guys or if you want to know, reach out to them because they will give you, they don't just have you come to these meetings and get information. Call them if you need something, okay? Thank you.
What conflict did you say, ma'am? What conflict? Vietnam. Thank you. Let's go over to this side.
My name is Sam Atkins. I'm here for my uncle, Apprentice Seaman Golden Atkins. I want to thank the DPAA because growing up, I never knew anything about my uncle except that he was lost at sea. And now I found out because of the work you folks have done that he was on the USS Pollux. I didn't know that, and it went down off the coast of Newfoundland. They never found the body, and we were asked to give some DNA, and they're searching right now. Maybe they can make a match, but without your organization, I wouldn't have known anything about that. So I really want to thank you folks and all the work you're doing.
Thank you, sir.
My Uncle Bud was flying with Ensign Mandenberg, you saw on the screen. He was one of the 3 other people who were shot down technically after the war was declared over, returning. And we haven't found them, but this gives me some more hope.
Thank you, sir. You want to come over here where the...
Good morning. We are here representing Seaman First Class Robert Ross Agnew. He was on the Arizona and one of the 1,177 unaccounted for. My wife Marianne and son Ross are upstairs right now with the World War II Arizona team discussing it. We are here really because of Operation 85. They were able to get in touch with us, and because of the 85 bodies believed that they have in the cemeteries of the unknown. We hope that my wife's DNA will help identify and possibly bring Robert home. He was born in Hoopeston, Illinois, and they did name the VFW in Hoopeston after him because he was the first one to die in our county.
Thank you, sir.
My name is Earlene McGonigal, and I'm here with 2 of my sisters, Paula Brim and Jean Fiore. We are nieces of Private Hamilton Earl Barnhouse, born in Bridgeport, Ohio in 1922. He was killed at Ottawa, and in 1943, shortly after his 20th birthday. He served a very short time. This is our first time here, and again, I would just like to share how much we appreciate the ongoing efforts of everyone involved to do the job you're doing today. And I too served a short time in the 350th Evac Hospital in Canton, Ohio as an Army nurse, and I am so thankful for that opportunity. It gave me a sense of patriotism I would have never had. Thank you.
Thank you.
We are here to represent our uncle, my cousin and I, Frederick John Carlson, Corporal, who died at Guadalcanal in 1942, November 1st, 1942. The Marines, sorry.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Kirk Reum, and I'm here in honor of my great uncle, William Stead. killed in World War II in a mission in North Africa. He was my grandmother's youngest brother, one of 4 that served in World War II, the only one not to come back. Every time my grandmother would talk about it, she said, I remember dropping him off at the railroad station in Houghton, Michigan in the UP, and it was just like a funeral, and then it was. And we're just hopeful that his name is memorialized in a grave in Tunisia, and hoping we'll maybe have his remains will be found there. Thank you.
Thank you. Ryan, can we get a microphone over here in the center part of the room? Andy? Thank you. Go ahead, Ryan.
Hi, my name is Henry Guzman. I'm a Vietnam veteran, and I'm here with my wife representing Porfirio Gonzalez Renta. He fought with the 65th Infantry, an all Puerto Rican unit out of Puerto Rico. They just received, several years ago, the unit received the Congressional Gold Medal for their exploits in Korea, and I'm representing him.
Thank you, sir.
It's really emotional to be here today. Hopefully I can get through it. First and foremost, I want to thank all of our men and women that serve our country. Thank you for my freedom. This is Oscar Mayo Bowens out of Hayside, Virginia. Oscar was a sergeant in the Army. He served in the Battle of the Bulge during World War II. He was with Company A, 629 Tank Destroyer Battalion. He saved 3 of our servicemen, got back in his tank and stopped one of the German tanks, and his was blown up. And a gentleman in Belgium later found his dog tag and mailed it back to us. And then 10 TV out of Columbus, Ohio came and interviewed our family, and we're still wanting to bring Oscar home.
Thank you. We get a microphone here in the middle. Go ahead, Brian over there. Andy will come up here. Yeah, you can start.
My name is Case McLagan. I'm here with my sister. We're both Cold War veterans. We're here in honor of our great uncle, Elmer Beck. His plane went down with actually these families here, relative in Papua New Guinea on January 21st, 1944. We're just here to honor my grandmother's, great-grandmother's wishes to bring him home, back to her. So,
thank you.
I'm here to honor my brother who died in North Korea. But I was here in 2017, and I am very encouraged today at the new findings that you're able to do. So I'm encouraging everyone here to hang in there, because from the evidence I saw on these screens, they are doing so much more with DNA. My brother's name was Eddie Carl Summers. He died in North Korea by the Japanese, or the Chinese, I'm sorry, and his body has never been recovered. He was last seen manning a machine gun that was given up by someone else. So he did his duty to his country. He was declared missing in action in 1950. Declared dead in 1951 or 2. It's hard to remember. But I just think it's wonderful that you have more to do with DNA. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Kim. I'm here with my sisters. We're representing our grandfather, Private John Fisher of the U.S. Army. He was killed on October 20th, 1944, storming the beach in the Philippines. He left behind our mother, who was 2 months old at the time, who he never had the opportunity to meet. So we're just hoping that we can bring him home and back to her.
Thank you.
It's so heart-wrenching to hear these stories. My name is Knut Nagelhofer, and I'm the oldest son of Captain John Daniel Nagelhofer, known by my recently deceased mother as Captain Jack. Captain Jack was on a flying mission in January of 1952, combat mission in North Korea, attempting to fly back to his aircraft carrier in the Yellow Sea when his plane was hit by small arms fire. The cockpit was leaking oil, and the plane started to sputter, and his wingmate, another Corsair pilot, told him he could land on a frozen beach just off the coast of North Korea. And my dad radioed back and said, "I can't see out the cockpit, it's full of oil, I gotta bail." He flew up to 2,000 feet so he could bail, and bailed, and his parachute never opened. His wingmate saw him stream. That means the parachute was streaming behind unopened for 2,000 feet. He hit the ground. His wingmate called in a helicopter crew that buried him on site. He's still there. We've been trying to get him back for 72 years. We hope to get the remains back before my mom died, which was September of last year. It's one of many, many stories, and we're fortunate to know the details. But I empathize with everyone here who's lost a loved one. I want to say one other thing. I'm a board member of the Coalition of Families of Korean and Cold War POW MIAs. We lobby for the return of Cold War and Korean War remains. We're currently promoting a House of Representatives Bill number 1841, Peace on the Korean Peninsula. You know, the Korean War is the longest war we've ever had because it's still not resolved. We're living in armistice land. Because the war is not resolved and we don't have a peace treaty, it makes it very difficult to negotiate and get remains back. So HR 1841, which is a bipartisan endorsed by 49 congressional reps, is the Peace on the Korean Peninsula Act. Among other things, it would call for a formal end to the Korean War and would remove restrictions on travel to North Korea for remains recoveries. Please call your congressperson and tell them to endorse and bring Bill 1841 up for a vote. Also, if you'd like to join the, and I know there are members here, if you'd like to join the Coalition of Families for the Korean War and Cold War Veterans, just talk to me, I'll be around. My name's Knut, or you can call me Knut by my Norwegian name. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Hi, my name is Jeannie Edwards. This is my uncle, Charles Wade Shaw, and he was in the Korean War, and he was declared missing in action in December of 1950 from the Chosin Reservoir. We've been coming to these meetings for a long time. My brothers and myself and my husband and family have been coming in hopes to find his remains. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Mary Alice Ricky Lufer. Today, by my son Eric. My father, Alfred Ricky, was killed in action August 24th, 1944 in France. I'm still that little 5-year-old girl waiting for Daddy to come home. I appreciate all that you've done bringing those lost military people home. Keep up the good work. Maybe someday my sons will greet him and give him the a burial that he needs. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Stacey Ford. I'm here representing my grandmother's little brother, J.D. Jernigan, first class. He passed away April 22nd, 51 in Korea. I stumbled upon him. We never spoke of him. My grandmother never spoke of him. I found him doing genealogy, and she died brokenhearted. I wish she had known what was being done, because I think it would have meant a lot to her. So it is very emotional being here for her, but thank you for everything that's being done. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Kay Martinez. I'm here with my daughter, Kathleen. We're here to remember my brother, Chief Master Sergeant Dean Duvall. He was in the Air Force. He was a gunner on an AC-47. You might know it better as a Spooky. They were shot down on March 13, 1966, over Laos. We did not know that they were in Laos until 2001. And that's when we found out they had a crash site. They were able to go in and excavate the crash site. They found enough dental material that they could identify one of the crew members. There was no indication at all that my brother was on the plane. We're still waiting. Hopefully they can get back to the crash site and do more excavation. That's what we're waiting on. Thank you. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Robert Scott McNeil, and I'm here representing Seaman First Class Robert Daniel Smith, my mother's youngest brother. My Uncle Bob was killed on the USS Utah on Sunday, December 7th, 1941, and about 8 o'clock in the morning. He's one of 58 that were killed on the Utah. He's one of 54 that are unrecovered bodies that, at least from my perspective, until you all tell me differently, he's one of 54 that are still on the ship with his shipmates. I too appreciate everything that the DPAA is doing, and I look forward to learning more. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Bridget Schrader. I'm here with my daughter Jennifer. We're here to honor my uncle, Patrick Leo Hennessy, who passed away in the Philippines around 1945. Thank you for everything that you're doing to help us, okay?
Thank you.
Oh, he was in the Army. I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Okay.
Good morning. My name is Linda Tosh Drellis, and I'm here with my brother David Tosh, and we are here in honor and memory of our uncle, First Lieutenant Stanley Tosh. The war ended, WWII ended in August of 1945. My uncle was supposed to be home soon after, but they did keep some of the pilots back in the China-Burma-India theater to help the Chinese fight against the Japanese, and he was bringing supplies over the Himalayas. He was a pilot, and he lost his life, as well as several of the people that were on the plane in October 30th of 1945. Because this happened after the war, there was a lot of stigma that happened, and it was very quiet and subdued. My dad, whose brother was the one that lost his life, really struggled with this for years. And as his daughter, I didn't learn this until 2013, when he cried about the fact that he lost his one and only brother. Back then, I did happen to run into a divine appointment, someone from the US Pentagon who happened to be the historian, and he was actually able to get me records. When I provided those to my dad, he said, if there is any way to bring the remains home of my brother, I would like you to work on this, Linda. My father passed in 2016, but I am still on this mission, and I am so thankful for the DPAA to get in contact with us, send additional records so that we can send our DNA and to hopefully bring home my dad's brother, Stanley. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm here for James Howard Creighton. He was in the Army, a private first class, when he was lost in Korea, and later posthumously promoted to corporal in 1953. He was lost on November 27, 1957. November 27, 1950, when he was overrun by the Chinese.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Tom Summers. I'm here with my mom, and we're here to honor my uncle who was killed in Palau in September of '44. I have a lot of people hopefully watching, but yeah, I just want to find out a lot more.
Thank you, sir.
Hi, my name is Mary Rodriguez, and I'm here for my uncle, Private Daniel Joseph Plachta, and I'm here with my cousin and his wife and my husband. Daniel was from Detroit, and he died on Okinawa in 1945. And I have with me a letter from a fellow Marine that states where he is buried. So hopefully that'll be helpful, and we'll find him and bring him home.
Thank you.
I'm John Alexander. My wife Carolyn and I are here to represent my uncle, PFC Donald Coffey. He was a sniper scout with the Edson's Raiders on Guadalcanal, and he was killed defending Edson's Ridge. And I have it on good authority that, according to my other uncle, was at Iwo Jima, that they probably never found him. And I don't know what that means, but somebody called me and said that they may have found him, and I'm very hopeful. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thanks. I'm here. My name is Ellen Christensen, and I'm here representing my uncle. And my mom's here with me, and he was a pilot. He was a first lieutenant in World War II, and he was shot down. There were 10 planes, and 4 did not return. They were flying a night mission over Egypt. He went missing on the 14th of September 1942. And my dad was 5 years old when his brother died. So none of us really knew him, just the stories of his bravery. And we're grateful we're grateful to live in a country where it's important to the citizens and to the government to bring our fallen service members home.
Thank you.
Good morning, I'm Megan, and I'm here representing my maternal great uncle Harvey Young. He was a proud Marine, was actually a field cook in Palau, and was, according to family lore, killed when he went on a supply mission. My grandfather was a Marine as well, retired after a lot of service as a full colonel, and always taught me to live by the Semper Fi motto. And I just want to say thank you to everyone who is living that out today.
Thank you.
My name's Janet, and I'm here to represent my uncle, Corporal Ralph Randolph. My mom cried every day, looking for her brother to come home. He was lost at the West Loch disaster in Maui in May of 1944. And my mom didn't remember me with her dementia, but she was still looking for her brother when she passed. And I'd love to bring him home before I leave here.
Thank you.
I'm here to honor my father, Francis Regis Jenkins. He's missing in action, Korea, in November 1950. I was just a toddler. I have no memory. I have pictures. My sister was born September 4th, 1950. It was always my mother's wish or hope that he did get notified that he had another daughter.
His focus is just people.
Daughter and my son, like many here, passing the baton that these men and women too are not forgotten, and that someday we'll be able to get to North Korea and we'll be able to get remains recovered and identifications. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. We are the Rubenacher family. We're here to honor my great uncle Joseph Luciano, who was in the 109th Infantry, 28th Infantry Division, declared missing September 15, 1944 on the German-Belgium-Luxembourg border. We've been coming to these 14 years now. I think our first one, we had 100 people in the room. So it's been very encouraging today to see, and over the years, how this has grown and how many families they've affected and how many family members that they've been able to comfort and bring home. So thank you all very much.
Thank you. I'm here to honor my Uncle Donald McGowan Jr. He was a corporal with the 187th Airborne Regimental Combat Team. He was missing in action on May 25th, we believe, 1951. He was supposedly lost in a prison camp, and we're not sure in his records if he was taken and captured or what exactly happened to him. Nothing else was ever found out. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Ray Shipwood. We're here for Royal Parole. He was born in Newberry, Michigan, and he graduated during the Depression. He was in the Army. He ended up in the Philippines, and it was the day after Pearl Harbor, the Japanese attacked the Philippines. He put on a death march, 100 miles long, but he didn't make it. He survived, and he was a prisoner of war for 3 years. Finally, the war was almost over, and they let him go. They put him on a hell ship to go back to Japan and work as a slave. And the ship was not identified, and so American pilots found it and sunk the ship. And I guess, I don't know what happened to him. The ship went down, it was like 200 yards maybe from shore. Some of the people were thrown overboard and shot, machine guns. I heard 4 lived on the whole ship. But anyway, he was born in Newberry, Michigan, and he graduated there. They put up, from high school, they put up, like a sign or they had a list of people that died, and his name wasn't on it because they left Newberry, and my grandparents did back in, I don't know, it was after he graduated. the classmate remember. And so, I put his name on the other side, the last name on the side, everybody else was out on the corner, but they didn't know he died until later, so I put his name on the thing. And that's basically it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Vernon Peters. I'm a retired Navy Captain, Medical Service Corps.
Okay, good.
I'm here representing my maternal uncle, Private Ernest Melvin Reed, who was killed on the 12th of December, 1941 at Clark Field in the Philippines. He was a ground maintenance crew with the 30th Bombardment Squadron, 19th Bombardment Group. My family knew that he was killed and missing in action. We reviewed his files and see that the determination was made that he was non-recoverable. That decision was made in 1952. I think the burning question for us all was that if he was killed at Clark, where was he buried? And until our contact and efforts with the DPAA, we've recently found out that the remains were likely recovered and moved to the American Military Cemetery there in Manila, a beautiful facility. And since we believe now that he was initially buried at the Fort Stossenberg Hospital at Clark and then disinterred and removed, he was buried there as unknown. There are, I believe, 64 sets of unknown remains from Fort Stossenberg, and we hope the process is such that he will eventually be identified. Thank you for all you do.
Thank you, sir.
Hi, I'm Peggy Drescher, and I'm here to represent my I'm a very emotional person, sorry. My mother's brother, who died in the Pacific operations. He was on the USS Hadley, and he replaced the gunners because they were too tired to continue on. So him and his buddies went up there, and then at that time there was kamikaze pilots that were just really doing a number on the ship. So one went and dove into right where he was. So we assume that there was no remains. So I look forward to finding out if they did find anything. But I do want to say my cousin Jeff Biesenmeyer wrote a book. It's called Kamikaze Pilot or Kamikaze Destroyer for the USS Hadley, and he interviewed the remaining soldiers or Navy people that were on the ship. So it's a really good book. It's called Kamikaze Destroyer, and then he also followed up with another one. So I want to thank you for everything you're doing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello. I'm here to honor the memory of Lieutenant Dwayne John Kenny. He was my mother's older brother and only sibling. He was brought a picture of him. It's the only way actually that I know him. He was a Navy pilot and was shot down, he crashed in Chuck Lagoon in Micronesia Island. So thank you very much for all the work that you've done.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Sue Oliver, and I'm here with my sister Julie. We are here in remembrance of our uncle, one of 5 boys in the family that served. His plane went down in North Korea. He was a decorated pilot flying for the Black Sheep, the 8th Fighter Squadron. He had flown over 100 missions and was waiting to come home and volunteered for another one and disappeared at that time. And we thank you for all the efforts that are being done to recover all of our family members. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Bill Bell. I'm here representing my uncle, my dad's youngest brother, Warren D. Bell, Staff Sergeant, Army Air Corps. We had my father, my older brother, and 7 uncles in World War II. And Warren was a Staff Sergeant gunner on an A-20 flying out of New Guinea. Took off May 5th, 1944 on his 30th mission, and the aircraft was never seen again after takeoff. They don't know exactly what happened to this day. Never seen again.
Thank you, sir.
Hello. I'm here to remember my uncle, Lieutenant Edward Godwin, 14th Armored Division, killed by a mortar round in a town called Rittershop in France in January of 1944. And I'd like to say the importance of what you're doing, pardon me, of what you're doing is evidenced by the amount of tears I see 80 years back after the fact. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Name is Dennis Welker. We're here representing Sergeant Paul Michael, part of the Merrill Marauders. He was killed in action on June 5th, 1944 in Burma. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Good morning. Let me first say thank you, DPAA, for everything you're doing to keep the memories and the hope alive. I'm here with my wife to remember and honor my uncle, Ralph Penick, who was a member of the 4th Marine Regiment, the China Marines, that was served in the Philippines. He was captured and became a prisoner of war at the fall of Corregidor and was a POW for almost 3 years. And then died somewhere between December 15th and December 21st, 1944, when the Japanese POW camp, they whisked nearly 1,700 POWs and put them on hell ships, trying to evacuate them to Japan as indentured servants. The ships were actually shot down under friendly fire. Some people made it ashore in the Philippines, only to be loaded into other hell ships and taken to Japan. Out of the 1,700, only 400 made it to Japan of the POWs, and 200 of those made it home after the war. So quite a few gave their life in service to our company, our country. More importantly, I'm here for my 93-year-old mother, who is alive and doing well down in Knoxville, Tennessee, is hoping that through the work of DPAA that her brother can be returned home. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Hello, good morning. My name is Meredith McGill. I'm here with my daughter in remembrance of my father, who was William Francis McGill, killed in southern Italy in February of 1944. He was a really, really beloved athlete in Port Huron, Michigan, and is remembered in their Sports Hall of Fame.
Thank you.
want to thank you for what you do for this, because a little over a year ago, I found out I had a cousin that served in World War II, Staff Sergeant George Andrews, and he was lost in action. And I know he's not forgotten, and that's the big thing. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Hi, I'm Mary Ojajarvi Bauk. My uncle, Reno Matias Oyayeri, was killed in the Solomon Islands in July of 1943. He was the son of immigrants from Finland, and they lost 2 of their boys in World War II.
Thank you, ma'am.
I'm Doug Bach, and I'm here for Uncle Russell Zoller, one of 3 brothers. And I have a father who also served in World War II. Russell was lost on a ship that crashed into Newfoundland in a storm, and his body was possibly never recovered. I'm hoping he might have been one of the ones that was recovered as an unknown, and we'll see where that goes, but I appreciate the work done here.
Thank you, sir.
My name is Mary. I'm here in honor of my uncle, Frederick Henry Milhoff Jr. He was a first lieutenant in the Air Force. He served in both World War II, which I just learned today, as well as in Korea. He is assumed MIA as of my father's birthday when my parents were notified, and my dad had a very difficult time handling that information for the rest of his life. We appreciate everything you do, and I really appreciate learning more about the uncle that we never got to know. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Mary, and we are here remembering our uncle, Second Lieutenant Stanley Bucky. His plane was missing in action in Papua New Guinea in October of '43. He was the navigator. One good thing is, because of this, they have found the plane, we have the wings, they found remains. So we're going through the process, and it is working. Make sure you give your DNA. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Patricia Ozipko. I'm with my sister Jean Pavlik and Edith Boost, and we are here to honor my brother John Donovan. He was a farm boy from Sheboygan, Michigan, and then we moved to Oscoda, and from there he went to Korea in 1951. I think it was September, and he died December 1st of 51. Thank you for all you're doing.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Susie Schultz. I'm here for William Ward Schultz, my uncle. When I was growing up, we would always walk past a picture in my grandma's house where my father was combing his hair as a private and was looking into the mirror. That's what I thought. And I was 11 before I knew that was his identical twin brother, Billy, my father, Robert G. Schultz, and his brother, William. We never met Uncle Billy. He died as they were heading out in World War II to bomb oil fields in Politz, Germany. None of which I ever knew, because my father, who was so close to, of course, his twin brother, could never talk about Billy. And so one day when the call came from the Army about my uncle, I thought for sure it was some type of scam. And I said, what would they get out of this? And I was so grateful to be able to hear all the history of this man that I had never met, but I knew was such a part of my father's life. In almost every picture when he came back from World War II, my father is standing one person away from whoever is in the picture. He was always making room for his brother. So my two sisters and I, Vicki and Jeannie, when we talked about it, we just burst into tears because this was the person we were missing in our lives, and we never knew that. So thank you very much for bringing this work to fruition and for helping us know a little bit more about somebody that we've always loved.
Thank you.
I've already spoken, but I want to tell you something that will give you a lot of hope. I told a story this morning about a man who is buried in my uncle's grave in Illinois. And we knew, or it was positive, that he was an MRI to my grandmother. But she buried him in this spot with all the honors and love a mother can give, because she said that the mother that's burying her son would do the same thing. So with the information today, someone from World War II that lost someone in Italy will possibly be able to find their relative. And with this work that they're doing, it's so overwhelming that I had to tell you that that's happening. And if it's happened for one, it might have happened for others. So keep the hope, and I just praise God that we live in America.
Thank you. There's time for one more.
Hi, my name is Roger Isaacson. I'm here for my mother's brother, Lyndon, Second Lieutenant Lyndon Collins. He was a navigator on a B-24. It was lost on a mission on May 5th, 1944, near Truk Atoll. I've been researching this myself since the late 90s. I've talked to actually operations officers, and this is just a great thing you guys do. I just want to say to the gentleman over there whose relative was lost on a ship, just recently, because of the work you do, remains of a man who was on one of those sunk Japanese ships was returned to his family. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. I'm here for my older brother, who was a Navy crew member who flew what was commonly called a whale off the USS Oriskany. And this coming June will be 55 years since his plane went down. And God bless the two gentlemen who came to our door at 10 o'clock that Saturday morning to let us know. I can't imagine ever having to do that, but I appreciate everything you're doing here. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And thank you to everyone who shared their story with us today. We're now going to move into our main program. The first presentation is called A Day in the Life of a Recovery Team. And we have with us Captain Montana Banks, who will facilitate the discussion with the team leaders. We have a team leader, team sergeant, and a scientific recovery leader to speak with you today. Montana.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to today's brief, A Day in the Life of a Recovery Team. As you all know, DPAA's mission is to provide the fullest possible accounting for missing personnel to you, their families, and to the nation. Today we have the privilege of getting an inside look at how that mission is accomplished in the field. Please join me in welcoming our briefers, Captain Patrick Anderson, Sergeant Marcel Cavor, and Ms. Allie Campo. Team, can you please take a minute to share a little bit about yourselves?
Hi everyone, my name is Allie Campo. I am a forensic archaeologist with the laboratory. I've been with the agency over 9 years. I've done 16 missions and it is such an honor to be here. I also love talking, so I hope you're ready to talk story as we say in Hawaii. So it's exciting to be with all of you.
Good morning everyone, I'm Captain Anderson. I'm a captain in the U.S. Army. I've been with DPAA for 3 years now and been on 10 missions. Happy to be here.
Microphone that wasn't working. Good morning, everyone. I'm Sergeant First Class Cavor. I've been with DPAA for 2.5 years, and I really love the mission that we do. I really love what we are here, what our job means for all of you.
Thank you all for sharing your backgrounds. Now let's turn to the mission itself. The team will be guiding us through the entire process from the moment they arrive at the potential site to the journey home. Captain Anderson, a recovery mission often begins long before any digging starts. Can you describe what's involved in getting the team and equipment to these often remote locations?
Absolutely. So as Camp mentioned, we go to some very austere and remote locations typically, and we bring a lot of stuff with us. So that a lot of planning and logistics goes into that, and that means we go in on C-17 sometimes. That might mean helicopters, it might mean boats, or it could be just hiking up in the mountains. You see a picture here in Korea, top left, that's us hiking to a site, and then an example of the mountaineering. So it doesn't matter where our missing are, we're going to do everything possible to go get them.
Thank you. Once you're on the ground, the next critical phase is the site survey. Allie, as the scientific recovery expert, what are you looking for and how do you map out the area of operations?
Great question. So when we are provided some information, we're looking for a spot on the ground. So I just want to reference in these photos, the top right, some shovel test pit surveying we're doing, and also we do some underwater work as well. So I'll kind of reference those if you hit the next one. So I like to think of it as kind of like a flow chart. When I go out there, I'm using the witnesses or I'm using any form of the information we have already, maybe wartime imagery, to really lead the excavation, or the investigation work to begin with. So I kind of start with, I want the ground to prove it to me. You know, where in this crash site or where in this potential burial am I most likely to find the individual? So you gotta start with, is there anything even here? All right, if I do, like let's take a crash site, if I'm finding some form of wreckage, that's a good start. The next question is this even a US loss? Because sometimes, like my work in PNG, Papua New Guinea, we have found Japanese losses, we found Australian losses. So if I could say, yes, this is definitively a US-American loss, then I go to the next question. And is there anyone on board? Is this an operational loss? If it's an F4, is there any evidence that somebody was on board or did everyone eject? And then from there, I'm gonna say where in the crash site or where in this burial is the actual individual. So I'm using locational wreckage to try to get and say, when an excavation team comes out, start right here. That's gonna be hit the ground running.
Thank you. After the survey, you have to establish a base of operations. Sergeant Cavor, what goes into the site setup? It looks like you're often building an entire camp from the ground up.
We are. There's a lot of infrastructure that's needed for us to be able to do our mission. Everything from a screening site where we can do either dry screening or wet screening. At this point, we have to run pumps, locate a water source. We also try to build, a break area for our own team and also for any other support teams that we might have. A lot of times we have local officials or local workers, so we provide them a break area as well. And we also have a specific area for the SRE to be able to review any of the items that we find. And also our life support investigator, who is the person that specializes on the life support equipment aboard an aircraft. He will have an area where they can do all their research and look and see what it is that we found and identify it.
Great, thank you. Now we get to the heart of the mission, excavation. Allie, this isn't just digging holes. Can you explain the careful and varied techniques the team uses, whether on land, underwater, or on a steep mountainside?
Yes, so we chose these photos specifically because on the left side, you're gonna see the two types of excavation work we do terrestrially. So you have either mechanical excavation or manual excavation, just by hand. So it's really site dependent. As you can imagine, people did not crash or they weren't in ground losses in areas that were super convenient to reach. So we kind of have to lead us in what type of methods we use for where they are. If it's an underwater loss, a lot of times we're using remote operating vehicles and then ground truthing as well. And so it looks a little bit different. But in the middle here, this is a site that I worked in Laos. So you might have to tier step in if there's a crash crater. If it's more surface loss, then you have to dig kind of less deep, but across more area. And then a lot of times if you're in areas with trees, you're having to get on in all those root networks, make sure you're not missing anything. And so the top right-hand photo is basically you're setting in a grid. So you need to know where everything is coming out of a crash site or out of a burial. So we're very specific so we know where to dig next. And then underwater, often we have to do stuff like dredging. So we can actually do no-viz locations, as we call it. So they use a dredge, and they're using that's actually steel frame for units, and they can go and do it without any visuals. And that allows us to bring it back up, and then we'll screen through everything we find from there.
Thank you. Every bucket of dirt is important. Sergeant Kavor, a huge part of the process is screening. Can you walk us through what's happening here and why it's so critical?
So anything that comes out of the ground could have human remains. And we're looking for human remains that can be as little as a little thumbnail. So it's very important that any ounce or any piece of dirt that comes out of the ground gets put in a bucket and gets transported to a screening area where we can have, we can go through it. Ideally, if we can, we're going to want to use wet screening. It allows us to go through a lot more dirt. It allows the process to go a lot faster. We're doing a mission that can be anywhere from 30 days all the way to 90 days. And believe it or not, it's still not enough to go through, everything that comes out of the ground to be able to actually screen everything. Well, I digress. Let me go back to screening. So we get every ounce of dirt from the ground and we try to screen it. We try to locate as many items as we can. In the end, what we end up finding is a lot of equipment pieces of aircraft and so forth. But we're always looking for that one piece that might identify the loss.
This is the moment all the hard work leads to. Allie, what is the protocol when the team finds something that might be evidence or remains?
So the first step I'm looking at is, what can it tell me about the loss? Can it tell me if I'm in the right spot? So if it's anything like a data plate, maybe I'm trying to look at that to make sure it's the right aircraft we're looking after. If it's something like identification media, that's incredible. Often has a name on us, helps us know that we're in the right place. But often, for the human aspect of it, whenever I find something super meaningful, if we do find remains, that's usually when I have a moment, I pause and I bring the team over and I kind of address to them the importance of that moment. That this is who we're here to look for and what that'll mean to the families and all of you one day. And so it's really a nice way to kind of bring it back to it all. And this photo in the bottom right-hand corner, so this was actually during a little bit of survey work we did, we found the boot sole, and from there we actually ended up finding the remains of that service member. So it's all telling the story, it's all a puzzle piece.
Thank you. This work is incredibly demanding on a personal level. I'll open this up to all of you. Could you touch on the day-to-day realities of life in the field?
Okay, so I'm going to relate a little bit of an experience. I had a mission about a year ago in Vietnam, and we spent about 40 days on top of a mountain. We got taken up on top of the mountain by helicopter, and we were living up there and working up there. And every day after work, you wanted to go to the bathroom, and after you came back to your little hooch, you got to make sure that there were no leeches on your legs or in any part of your body. And it's just one of those little inconveniences of field life in Southeast Asia and other austere places like that.
This bottom right-hand photo, so I have spent multiple birthdays in Southeast Asia, given the time frame when we have missions. And so the actual hotel staff ended up throwing me a birthday party by surprise. So I thought that was a pretty cool opportunity. But I did just get back from Laos, where I spent a month living out of a tent. So it's, you know, you got a little camping to love this job. But yeah, it's always an experience.
But you know, sometimes it's not that bad. Sometimes we do get to work on a site that is near a town or near a little city that has a nice hotel, and it can be pretty nice. When you're not at work, you're actually sleeping in a nice air-conditioned room with your own bed and a bathroom. Well, it just doesn't work that way every time.
And then for here, so this individual in the top, that was my life support investigator on a mission in Laos. I have found not one, but 2 500-pound bombs while on site. So this one, they actually stopped work, they removed it from site, and then they detonated it off location. And the next day, we actually went and stood in the crater of it. So just to give you a perspective of that there are some risks involved with unexploded ordnance, but they always keep us safe out there. This is also from my missions. So this was in Vietnam. So this one in particular, these photos were only taken 15 minutes apart. Back up on the right side, back up in the background area, that's actually where the site was. So you can imagine what that does when you have a whole water flow that's bringing stuff down from the aircraft site. So this is a big drainage area, so kind of to give you perspective of some of the challenges that weather has on the work we do.
Thank you. After weeks or months of work, the time comes to leave. Allie, what's involved in closing an excavation site? It must be as much work as setting it up.
It's a breakdown process. There's 2 things I kind of wanted to explain if you have any field work related to your case is we call it suspension versus closing. So if you suspend the site, that just means that we are done with that activity and we will be returning because it's open. It's still work to do. But then there's closing, and the closing means that we will not be coming back to that. That lead is kind of coming to a close. We take that very seriously because I have to be the one to tell that family that I closed that site and that that's not a potential anymore. So we do not take that lightly.
So one other thing we like to highlight is the fact that, you know, these missions are very complex. And sometimes, even though we know the general area where somebody was lost, that could mean sometimes as many as 15 missions to that same site. It could be a mix of about 5 to 6 investigative missions and about 6, 7, 8, 9, or 10 recovery missions. You know, we're talking about football field size and bigger sizes that we're looking for. So it means multiple missions, which is what she's talking about, suspending versus closing.
Thanks for the context. I tend to get ahead of myself. But some of these sites down on the bottom, so this is often what we do when we are finishing for that field activity. We end up roping it off to show the area we've excavated. It allows the next team going back, or it allows us to report on what we've done so far. So kind of wrapping it up for the time being.
Thank you. Beyond the physical work, a huge part of the mission's success depends on the people you work with. Captain Anderson, can you speak to the importance of building relationships with local partners in the community?
Absolutely. So we work in tons of different countries, different cultures, different peoples, different governments. And some of these places are very austere, remote, and you might be the first American the locals see. So we represent not just the agency, but also the U.S. government. So every time we go there, we will be working with that host nation government, with local workers that help dig or help carry buckets and stuff like that. And we want to leave the place better than how we got there. We want to build stronger relationships because once I PCS to a new duty station, there's going to be a new captain behind me who's going to go have to meet those locals and continue working in that country. So building relationships like this is extremely important for the agency.
And that brings us to the final and most meaningful step. Captain Anderson, can you describe what happens at the end of a mission when remains have been recovered?
Yes, so right here you see in the top left, that is a repatriation ceremony, bringing back a service member to the United States. And on the right is an honorable carry. This is how we want to end all of our missions. What it means is we have possible human remains associated with the missing service member, and we're now bringing them back to the United States and giving them the proper military honors that they deserve. It's a very grateful position and honorable position to be part of these ceremonies, and I just want to say, I've worked with the British, I've worked with the French on these missions, and the Germans, and there's not another country like the United States working to the extent that we do to find our POWs and MIAs, and it's really awesome to be part of. So on behalf of all the active duty members in in Hawaii right now, getting ready to go on another mission, just thank you for letting us work for you all.
Thank you, Captain Anderson, Sergeant Kavor, and Allie for that powerful and detailed look into your work. The dedication and professionalism of DPAA teams are truly humbling. The work you've seen today is a testament to our nation's enduring promise to achieve the fullest possible accounting of our missing personnel and to never leave our fallen behind. It is a mission of honor, respect, and remembrance. Up next, we have our Director for Partnerships and Innovations, Mr. Rocky Gillette.
Good morning, everyone. I am Rocky Gillette, the Director for Partnerships and Innovation at the Defense POW MIA Accounting Agency. It is such an honor to be here with so many families and fellow veterans. I want to thank each and every one of you for your service and sacrifice. And I sure appreciate the opportunity to be here in Detroit in the great state of Michigan. My grandfather was a Navy ROTC instructor at the University of Michigan. So I've always been a fan of the Wolverines. Both my father and grandfather went to the Naval Academy, and my dad really wanted me to go there too. So when I was a teenager, he would take me to Annapolis and show me the campus and the sports and everything. It was fabulous. But one day I looked around, and so I remember I was a teenager, and I'm no spring chicken, so this is a long time ago. And there were only male students there. And I said, Dad, where are the co-eds? He said, son, I don't think you want to go to school here. So I got an Army ROTC scholarship and went to college in California. A lot of co-eds out there. In any case, I'm really excited to share with you some of the ways that DPAA is leveraging strategic partnerships and innovation to provide answers to you, the families of the missing. We only launched our partnership program about 7-8 years ago. Today we have over 125 partners around the world who have added greatly to our capabilities and capacity to fulfill our accounting mission. There's a lot to share, so I'm going to give you the wave tops, and then I'm going to show you a pretty cool video that demonstrates some of the really neat things that comes from using our partners. Next slide, please. So, as we've increased our innovative use of partnerships so successfully that last year we completed our 275th partner field mission. We also have over 90 partner research projects ongoing and over 15 innovation efforts with partners. So we've really ratcheted up over the years. This particular photo is the deepest underwater field activity that DPA has ever executed. We work with two outstanding oceanographic underwater archaeology organizations, Scripps Institute of Oceanography, and I think it was University of Delaware was the other one, and to pursue a recovery operation. They conducted highly technical dives using what's called rebreathers for a site of a possible World War II crash, located 295 feet deep in the Adriatic Sea. And this and other complicated efforts kind of demonstrate some of the things that partners can bring to the table. Next slide, please. So, our work with external partnerships is in itself an innovation. We didn't really do that until we started up the program about 10 years ago. There were some ad hoc things, but today we have a dedicated team, my team of professionals, who develop and harness strategic partnerships to help us in almost every aspect of our mission. As I'll discuss with you today, the partners conduct field work, they do research, and again, they're involved in innovation efforts. They bring new innovative technology, they bring new equipment, processes, and they offer terrific skills and experience. It turns out that a lot of the things that we do, you saw the fabulous work that our internal teams do in the field, and well, the partners complement that because they have a lot of experience in archaeology, they have experience in research, etc. So they supplement what we do. As we say in the military, partners are truly force multipliers for the accounting mission. And one of the things that came out of this that was unexpected, I didn't realize it when we started, was that as our partners help us with research, field activities, and innovation, they become aware of this noble mission. Our partner teams include students, veterans, volunteers, and they learn about the sacrifices made by you and your loved ones. As they come to understand and appreciate what the mission is all about, they become passionate about trying to help. They volunteer, they raise money, and to help pay for partner missions, and they bring us new ideas and suggestions. I actually have a note at my desk from a student from, I think it was University of Wisconsin, where she says that working on this partner mission was the opportunity of her lifetime, and she'll never forget it. When I ever have a bad day, I pull that one out and look at it. It's not many bad days, but anyway. Next slide. So our partner development program ensures we identify and work with highly qualified partners. We engage in intensive internal discussions and collaboration to make sure we're matching partners' capabilities with DPAA needs and requirements. We consider things like the partner's location. What kind of specialized equipment might they have? What technology do they bring? What expertise do they have in archaeology or AI or under remote vehicles? And then we decide which partner can best conduct a mission. Again, we have over 125 active partners across the country and around the world. This week we sent people to meet with the anthropology department at Michigan State. So we're going to look at whether we have some opportunities with the Spartans. And we have a new initiative we're starting to work on, where we're going to try and create regional centers, and we can bring in partners within a region who offer different multidisciplinary approaches, and we can leverage, for example, skills in research, skills in AI, GIS, geospatial, and match them up together, and then create synergy as we go forward. And it's really important to note that our partners strive to reduce costs as much as possible. Again, many of them raise funds and pay for a good portion of their missions out of money that they've raised. On average, partner missions cost less than it would cost us to do it without a partner. Next slide, please. So research is critical to DPAA operations and really for virtually every aspect of what we do, including family events such as this update. Our partners are able to conduct what we call more foundational research, so longer-term research into a region, a battle, the Hurtgen Forest, the Battle of the Bulge, so that they can understand what all the units were doing in that battle, where different things were taking place, and that can feed into our internal research who are really focused on cases, and they can utilize that to understand better what happened in the battle that day or when there was an aircraft crash, whatever. And one thing we found too is that, again, research is often interdisciplinary. So we're growing partner research, and we're growing our partner research network to try and bring in these different skill sets that contribute, geo-referencing, et cetera, and help us advance our cases. And we actually have a nationwide program for this to reach out to different partners called the Hub and Spoke program. We have 16 different universities and institutions across the country who participate in our research program. These include the Ohio State University, Texas A&M, San Diego State, and the World War II Museum in New Orleans. All of these entities have terrific military history programs and are able to contribute things in a multidisciplinary way. And in this particular, the Midwest region, we also have the University of Wisconsin in Madison and University of Illinois Chicago all participate in the Hub and Spoke. Yeah, and again, they not only do that foundational research, they actually help with the case summaries for these FMUs. I don't think they did any for this one, but they have in the past. Next slide. So looking at terrestrial field work, again, our partners who do field archaeology are located around the world. In 2024, we did 33 terrestrial missions in 14 countries. And these are very similar to what this team just presented. We have this amazing internal team, but the partners are able to replicate that and do it and supplement what we do. As a matter of fact, one photo with the water on the far right, that's University of Illinois Chicago in the Philippines. University of Chicago actually had done a lot of archaeology work in the Philippines over the years, so they had really terrific experience in getting permits, knew the lay of the land, etc. What else is in here? And yeah, that's the barge. That's off the coast of Italy. We actually had to build that barge, the partner, to go into an inland waterway and excavate the site. So it's just amazing what partners are able to do for us, and again, to supplement our activities. Next slide, please. So turning to underwater archaeology, again, our underwater archaeology partners operate worldwide. Last year we did 16 underwater missions in 11 countries. Underwater is hard. It invariably is difficult circumstances, but it is a great opportunity for innovation. So you can see in that lower left one how incredibly murky the water is, and you can imagine how dangerous that is to have divers down in an aircraft or a vessel. So a partner with that mission invented a remote vehicle that could go down in and snake through the holds of the ship. That would allow us to not have a diver do that, but they could get snagged, and then also they were able to map the vessel so that we could do a recovery. So cool stuff. Next one, please. And regarding innovation, it's important that the agency has been innovative from the very beginning, but we wanted to ensure that we had a very strategic, collaborative way of pursuing innovation. So my directorate was tasked to establish our agency innovation program. It's hard to take a picture of innovation, but so these are, I have to describe some of these things. The one on the lower left is a PhD fellow scanning animal bones with something called laser-induced breakdown spectroscopy. Try saying that fast 3 times. We call it LIBS. And this technology hopefully will allow us to quickly tell if we're looking at osseous material or maybe coral from an underwater thing. So it can be really helpful in the field. And technology doesn't always have to be, technology doesn't always have to be, or innovation doesn't always have to be some high-tech thing. You heard the team describe and you saw the screening. That's hours and hours of folks with these screeners sifting through the soil to try and find the smallest thing. So that photo is of an experimental mechanical screener that we're working on right now. We're trying to be really careful. We want to have a screener increase efficiency, but of course we don't want to lose any osseous material. So we're testing that very diligently. And that 3D photo is pretty cool too. That was taken with a remote underwater vehicle. And we can do that with ships, etc., and build a model. So when the divers get down there, you can imagine like that other one with the murky waters, they have to orient themselves to where they are in the aircraft or the vessel. It's dangerous, but if they have this 3D model, it greatly assists them in planning their dive and being more efficient on the sea bottom. Okay, so the next thing we're going to do, again, just even using partnerships was an innovation, and really neat things came of it. So I want to show a video of a neat, really interesting partner effort in England. You could roll the tape, please.
The hopeful beep of metal detectors breaks the silence as American and British soldiers side by side sift through soil in this gaping impact crater from World War II. 80 years on from the day a US B-17 bomber slammed into the ground here by the Suffolk coast of eastern England, the pilot's remains might finally be found.
Just keeps growing with every bucket.
U.S. Air Specialist Garrett Browning from Colorado is stationed here in England.
Any of the bigger pieces will stay behind, and then we will inspect those to see whether they're rocks, wood, or metal.
Or possibly tiny bone fragments of U.S. Air Force Lieutenant John Fisher from New York, just 21 years old. He was part of a top-secret program codenamed Operation Aphrodite, an experiment using planes on one-way missions to destroy Nazi targets in Europe. Pilots were meant to parachute out after another plane took over by radio control. Those aircraft were old, war-weary B-17 Flying Fortress bombers, first stripped down for more space, then loaded with tons of explosives. But Fisher's plane stalled soon after takeoff. He pushed his co-pilot out and sacrificed himself.
This aircraft, it blew apart pretty much in every direction. And so something as small as just a bolt or a thread just kind of tells a story.
It's a respectful, almost reverential and time-consuming process.
These volunteers have unearthed more than 3,000 fragments from that B-17 Flying Fortress, notably this horseshoe for luck and this nameplate that clearly says Detroit General Motors Corporation.
Each metal, rubber, and fabric fragment a clue to where more of Fisher's remains might be found.
I know that there's a big piece of plane under here.
Rosanna Price is head of engagement at England's Cotswold Archaeology.
There's more of it.
Overseeing the cleaning, sorting, and cataloging of every piece volunteers unearth.
Okay, this is some of the largest pieces we've found. This is the hub.
Oh my God, wow.
And this is a piece of the propeller still attached.
There is excitement with every new find, she says. And there are daily flybys of people wishing them well and paying respect to Lieutenant Fisher. Any possible remains found here will be flown on a U.S. Air Force plane to the Defense Prisoner of War Missing in Action Accounting Agency Lab, where tests are run to confirm if remains are human, then if there's a DNA match to any family. If so, a full military burial is ordered.
This really is the manifestation of No Man Left Behind.
And a mark of America's and Britain's enduring special relationship since World War II.
You talk to local people even today, in their 80s, 90s, they remember the Americans coming, they still remember the excitement, how they watched those planes go out every morning, and they counted them back in the evening, and they were as bereft as anybody else when planes didn't come back, and they were really grateful for the Americans coming over, and you still feel that when you talk to people now.
So the work carries on under this quiet canopy of trees to bring one more American serviceman home. For CBS Saturday Morning, Raimi Inocencio on England's Suffolk coast.
Am I on? I hope you all heard the mention, the reference to Detroit, where that plane was apparently built, or at least parts came from there. One of the so many cool things that come out of this, again, connecting with our British allies, but also those volunteers. There were 90 veterans who volunteered for that effort, so that's really cool. And they get so much out of it to connect with the families, etc. It's really wonderful. Let's go to the next slide. So, through all of our partnering efforts, we are expanding our capabilities and capacity across all the agency's operations. All of our partner efforts are aimed at one thing: supporting our mission to account for your loved ones. This Michigan hero, Flight Officer Chester Rinke, is from Marquette, Michigan, and he was recovered from a crash site in India through recovery efforts involving a U.S. partner at the University of Nebraska at Lincoln, and we had a local Indian university help. It really helps when we have a local partner, because again, we partner with permits and logistics, so they were able to find and recover Flight Officer Chester Rinke. And I want to return to the hero in that video, Lieutenant Fisher. He got the Silver Star. I think he should have gotten a Medal of Honor. You know, he saved his co-pilot, and then he made sure that plane avoided any villages or towns and sacrificed his life. We haven't been able to find his remains, but we did find this bracelet, which was mangled in the crash, and it's engraved with all my love, followed by his wife's name. Our partners truly share a commitment to providing answers to you, the families, and the nation. Thank you for your time today. Until they are held. And I'll be followed by Dr. Owen O'Leary from Scientific Analysis. Thank you.
Good morning. Thank you for coming out. My name is Owen O'Leary. I am a supervisory forensic archaeologist and the field sciences manager for the agency. That means I am in charge of ensuring that all of the science that is conducted when we are out somewhere in the world is done correctly, so that we do not miss anything when we are out there. I promise, despite the clothes, I am an archaeologist, so if you could imagine a much bigger beard, some dirty, worn-in boots, permanently stained cargo pants, a filthy t-shirt, you know, and a baseball hat so disgusting my wife won't let me bring it in the house, right? So if we're all working with our imaginations today, now, okay, I promise I am an archaeologist. Today I'm going to go over recovery and identification processes that we use at DPAA in general, so that you can have an idea of what happens both a little bit in the field, which you already saw some of, and understand what happens when evidentiary materials like remains or you know, artifacts like Rocky talked about make it back to us. So we're going to go over field operations, lab operations, the identification process in general, and then we're going to go over special projects, and I'll talk to you about what those are. Okay. First up, field operations. Okay. Field operations are a worldwide effort, right? We do them everywhere in the world. I think we operated in more than 50 countries this last year across the planet between all of our fieldwork efforts. And it is informed by our internal research, right, with our research departments and the regional directorates. It's also informed by research with our partners through the Partnership and Innovation Directorate. And this is how we figure out where we need to go in the world, right? You've got to start with your desk research, and so we begin there. Once we have a location on the planet that we want to go, and we want to go do investigations or excavations in that location, we put together a specialized team of maybe anywhere between 6 individuals for a small investigation, up to 25 for a larger excavation, depending upon where we're going to go. We make sure that the right personnel are included, so if it's going to be a really steep mountain site, we're going to include mountaineers on the team, right? We take medics, we take linguists, because my Lao is not very good, neither is my Vietnamese, right? But I need that capacity. If we're going to be an underwater mission, we're going to have a whole suite of divers. We're going to have unexploded ordnance technicians to help keep us safe, right? So we've got a lot of subject matter experts. And our teams are led by a scientific recovery expert, right? Which is a fancy way to say they're the person in charge of the science out on the site. Okay? So in addition to archaeological recoveries, we also do disinterments of unknowns. So these are unknown individuals who've been buried in our national cemeteries throughout Europe, and there are also one in Hawaii, the National Memorial Cemetery in the Pacific, also known as the Punch Bowl, and then we have another large cemetery in Manila. So we do disinterments as well. The scientific recovery expert or archaeologists are specialists in running excavations, controlled excavation, because you only ever get to excavate a site once, and then you've destroyed the site effectively. So you have to make sure you do it in a controlled, methodical manner, and that the relationships between anything you find are tracked and documented through photography, through notes, and other things like that. They are also experts in reading the thousands of points of data and information that is coming in during the excavation to make sure that we're making the best decisions possible on where to expand the excavation to give us the highest likelihood of recovering what we're looking for when we are out there. So when you look at this, you just see sort of a wall of dirt, right? But to the trained eye, what you're going to see is there's actually 3 different layers of dirt. So we're thinking about site formation processes. How did it get this way? Site transformation processes. In many cases, some of these sites are 80 years old. What has happened to that piece of land or that ground across that time frame, and how has that changed what's going on there and what we might find? You're also going to see the white circle and the arrows indicate incident-related material, in this case aircraft wreckage, right? And so by looking at this, we make decisions on a minute-by-minute, hour-by-hour basis on what to do next when we're out there. Okay? We're looking for things like differences in soil color, soil texture, and other things like that. What might be included in it? Do you suddenly have red clay and you go to white sand? Or suddenly is there more rock or gravel included in your soil, right? Sometimes they're not always that evident. Sometimes they're really hard to see, right? But when you recognize that, you can then adjust your excavation strategy to make sure that you are excavating in the best way possible. We maintain a grid system for spatial control, right? We need to put controls out there so that we can document what we're finding and where we're finding it and how that relates to the other things that are being found. This is a B-24 airplane crash in Papua New Guinea, and each of the image in the sort of bottom right, you'll notice that each of those large boxes are 4 meters by 4 meters, 4 yards by 4 yards. That's big. So we work at a large scale, right? Because sometimes we need to excavate a large portion of an airplane crash. So we've adapted and designed all of our methods that we use in the field for the specific goal of recovering remains, right? From our very unique archaeological contexts. We adjust those methods and techniques depending upon what we've got to go do, right? So here in image 1 in the top left, we're using a small excavator to strip off the top layer of soil to be able to create a smooth surface to see if there are any differences in that soil texture or soil color, right? So that's an exploratory sort of method that we use. Image number 2 underneath it is dry screening. Rocky already showed some images of that. We also use wet screening for really dense clay, like if you would think Vietnam rice paddies or some farmers' fields, right? You can't push that clay through a screen without adding some water to it. The screens we use, the openings in the mesh, are specifically designed to ensure we cannot miss a tooth, right? The opening of those mesh is just under a 1/4 inch, right? And it's specifically designed that way. We also design them to be very durable, right? To hold up over the course of the mission. Image 3 is, the careful, close excavation when you start to find things that might have very tight contextual relationships to each other. We back off from those big excavations or bigger tools and get back down to the small tools that most people think of, when you think of archaeology, We do stop and get our little paintbrushes out. Right? That happens. I've got a whole kit of paintbrushes and little bamboo tools for this sort of thing. And then, of course, as you've already heard, we do work underwater. We've worked at depths of up to 250 feet below the surface and have found success doing that. So we're actively running excavations that way, and we actively do underwater surveys, which is where we have a small vessel and it tows a side scan sonar or a magnetometer behind the boat that lets us find things on the seafloor. The disinterment of unknowns is an ongoing process. We do it every year, depending upon the weather, right? So we do a lot of disinterments at the Manila National Cemetery in the Philippines, but you can only go do that from about the middle of November through to maybe the middle to the end of March, because that's the dry season. And by dry season, I mean there's really the wet season and the really, really wet season. But we go do that in the dry season to be able to do that. We also actively do disinterments of remains from the National Memorial Cemetery of the Pacific or the Punch Bowl. And across the summer season, we will be running an extended disinterment program throughout European national cemeteries, right? So we're actively working on to bring those service members home. Okay, moving on to the laboratory. So once we've collected evidence in the field, remains or material evidence like keys, rings, watches, dog tags, and things like that, they're brought back to our laboratory. Evidence found in the European Mediterranean theater goes to our laboratory in Nebraska. Evidence recovered in the Pacific comes home to Hawaii. At all times, whenever remains are being moved, honors are rendered. Right? They are always put in cases with American flags on them. Right? When remains are going onto a plane, we render honors to show respect. At the other end of the flight, when they come off, we do it again. When they arrive at the building, we do it again. Right? We are always showing respect that these individuals deserve. Okay, so we've got our 2 laboratory locations like I was talking about. We've got one in Hawaii and we've got the one in Nebraska. We are actively trying to build a new building in Nebraska to have a larger laboratory, to have more capacity to identify more individuals. Hopefully that's going to come around soon. We're still in the design and development phase. Our laboratories are accredited. What that means is that outside independent forensic experts come and review the work that our laboratory does. Every 4 years they do a complete reaccreditation, and every 3 years in between they do a surveillance visit. They look at our SOPs, they make sure that we're doing best practice for our discipline, they make sure that we're following our SOPs, they make sure we have the correct training protocols, that we're following all of those. So these outside experts come in to double check to make sure that we're doing everything to the absolute highest scientific standard for forensic anthropology and other disciplines across our laboratory. The laboratory is made up of a wide variety of disciplines. You've got archaeologists, you've got forensic anthropologists that do skeletal analysis. We've also got forensic odontologists that do tooth comparison. We have forensic chemists for our isotope program, right? So we're a broad group of people working on these challenges. So archaeology, like we talked about, right? Here is an example from that Papua New Guinea B-24 crash, where a watch was found in very close association with some hand and wrist bones. And even though that watch doesn't have a name on it, because we did careful controlled excavation, we can make the determination that that watch goes with the individual whose bones those are. Okay? We have material evidence. This provides information about the loss incident, right? So we could get identification tags. We could get a ring that maybe has initials, right, of a married couple on the inside or a date, right? That can provide us information. We can also get information that we like to call minimum number of individuals, right? If you think of an aircraft that only has 2 people aboard it, and they each have a face mask, and you find both face masks, right? That tells you that 2 people were there, right? So it can give us valuable information like that. We also do skeletal analysis, right? So forensic anthropology, right? We're looking at, is it bone? Is it human bone? How many individuals are present, right? And we also complete a biological profile to the extent possible, right? If you have a lot of remains, you can do a full biological profile, but if you only have a very small amount of remains, you might not be able to make some determinations. But simply by looking at the skeleton, if we have a complete skeleton, we can figure out the sex, age, ancestry, and stature, or how tall somebody was, simply by looking at the bones. This work, specifically, the anthropology, is conducted in the proverbial blind. So an analyst is given a box of remains, and they're given a tracking number, and they're told that they can go use table 33, and that's all they're told. We don't tell them how many people might be in the box. We don't tell them if it's a plane crash. We don't tell them if it's a disinterment. Now, why do we do this? We do it to avoid bias, because we do not want to bias the analyst into already having an a priori conclusion about who it might be, right? We want them to draw all of their conclusion from their analysis of the skeleton, right? And that's very important. Only after that report has been finalized and reviewed again, and reviewed a third time, do we then do a comparison between the conclusions from the report and the record that we have of the missing service member from when they were alive. Right? So it's very important. The anthropologist works separately from the odontologist, right? And we specifically do that because the odontologist has to do an antemortem, postmortem comparison of the teeth to the dental records that we have on file for the missing person, right? And so we do get this, right? This is another big aspect. We have forensic odontologists on staff who do this work. Teeth are fabulous, right? If you've got cavities and you've been to the dentist, there's a record of it. Military service members are required to go to the dentist once a year, and their records are on file. So we have those records from past conflicts, and we're able to do this when we find teeth with fillings in them. Love them. They're one of the very best things to find. It's a really strong line of evidence. Okay? We also have radiographic comparison. Your clavicles or your collarbone are as unique as your fingerprints. Every single person in here, your clavicles are unique to every other person, right? And back during World War II and Korea War, you had to get a tuberculosis test, and it was a chest x-ray. We have all those chest x-rays. We have restored them, taken photographs of them, and what we can do is we can then take remains that we disinter, take an x-ray of those clavicles, and we have a matching program to match the modern x-ray of clavicle bones to what we have on file. So another independent line of effort, separate from the teeth, separate from the rest of the skeleton, right? And these are all done independently because we want them all to come to the same conclusion. And the more lines of evidence you have, the stronger your identification becomes. Okay? We also have isotope analysis. This is fundamentally you are what you eat, right? So I grew up in Boise, Idaho, and let's say someone in here is probably a lot of you who grew up here in Michigan. If we took samples from me and samples from one of you, our scientists could tell which one of us was from Idaho and which one of us was from Michigan. So while this doesn't identify somebody, it can help us sort out remains and go that these remains all go together and these other remains over here all go together, right? So another tool that we have. The identification process, right? So multiple lines of evidence, I've said it several times now. The more of these we have, the better, right? But you don't always have all of them. At the minimum, you've got to have forensic anthropology or forensic odontology because we have to have remains to make an identification, right? If we just have a dog tag, we can't make an identification, so we do need remains. But you don't have to have all of those things, right? Accompanying that is quality assurance. We have a specific group of people in our laboratory that maintain our quality assurance program, and it is very, very rigorous, right? So a report is written, and then it goes through a manager review. I'm the manager review for all of the field reports. Then it's peer reviewed by another member of the laboratory, and the analyst and the peer reviewer go back and forth to make sure that that report and the analysis is the best it can be. It comes back to the manager a second time for another review, and only at that time of it passing that second manager review do we make a decision that that report is final, right? So quality assurance plays a very big role, okay? A case example that we'll run through real quick. Korean War case, we've got approximately 7,600 missing, right? And our historians, right? They do a huge amount of work. I've already mentioned it. They do the front end work. And so looking at a specific battle, they've figured out that there are 71 soldiers missing in action from that engagement. So that is really important. We got from 7,600 down to 71, right? That's like 1%. So they've narrowed that pool of who we need to be looking for. And so we disinterred those remains from the National Memorial Cemetery in the Pacific, right? We've got evidence of possible commingling, which is just a fancy scientific word for all mixed up, which means you might have more than one person in a single casket. I'll talk more about that in a little bit, right? Additional historical research gets us down to 11 possible individuals. So historians have done even more work for us. We thank them enormously. We could not do it without them. Next up, we took a few samples for isotope analysis. All those fancy numbers mean that everything in purple is the same person, right? That's what that means, right? Because how close those numbers are together. Moving forward, we move forward to DNA analysis after we do our isotope analysis. So one of the things you'll notice is because we know all those bones are the same person, we don't have to take a bone sample from every single one of those bones to send to the DNA lab. we can just take a sample for 1 or 2 of them and send them in, right? That saves us time because it keeps the DNA queue smaller and shorter, right? And it also saves money, right? Every one of those samples costs money, and if we run only the samples we need to, that makes a more efficient process, okay? So here we are, right? Our DNA, using next generation sequencing, we were able to exclude 5 individuals from our historic shortlist, and we were able, through mitochondrial DNA, get it down to 2. Right? So we're getting closer. Okay? Biological profile, right? So remember, done in the blind, somebody figured out that this was a male, probably of European ancestry, 20 to 25 years old, and about 72 inches tall. Also, interestingly, you'll see in there, there is a letter in his, there's a document in his personnel file that talks about how he's got like a weird deposit of bone growing on the joints of his hands and his feet. Right? That's pretty unique. Okay, so that gives us another indication. Finally, dental. Right? This is really unique. What you see there in the right-hand image, that little arrow is pointing to a tooth root residual. So when this individual had this tooth pulled, they didn't get all of it, right? So an interesting thing there. That's very, very unique. And so we were able to find that. And that is what led us to our single individual when all those lines of effort go together, right? And here in his dental charting, it says residual tooth, okay? We also used, here's that clavicle matching thing again. So moving forward, here are all of the different things that we used to make that identification. Special projects, right? What is a special project? It is literally a delineation of space and time where a grouping of remains can be, a number of remains can be grouped together and worked as a single group, right? Okay, we have dedicated teams for each of our special projects, right? And it's complicated by extensive commingling. So even though it looks like there's one skeleton laying there, on the right-hand side, each color is a different DNA sequence. So when we disinterred and opened that casket and sent the remains, sent out samples for DNA, we came back with 9 different individuals out of a single casket. This is very common for Gabanatuan. It's very common for a Normaru. So you have to solve this so you can get all the pieces of the blue guy from a bunch of different caskets back together, and then you go forward into that biological profile process. Okay. Here's a list of the projects that we are currently working or have recently wrapped up. And you can see the approximate number of unaccounted for, and you can also see an approximate number of IDs for the project to date. You'll notice that we put an approximate number up there because I had to turn these slides in 2 weeks ago, and we've made identifications since then, so if I'd put a fixed number up there, I'd already be wrong in the best way possible, right? Because we've made more identifications. Okay, so here's an example from Cabanatuan Prison Camp. Right, you can see each skeleton represents a casket that was taken out of the ground. Common grave 717, 13 accessions into the DPAA laboratory, originally associated with 14 individuals. Okay, but a single casket usually has 2 to 8 different DNA sequences, so that is a big challenge that we face. We've been doing this a long time. We know how to resolve this, but it does take time. Okay. To summarize, identification results exhaustive, right? We do everything we possibly can, right? We start with great research with very talented historians, okay? We move out into detailed, controlled, methodical field archaeology, right? We use multiple lines of evidence in the laboratory to make sure that we've got as strong an identification as possible. So, and then in fiscal year 2025, which ended ended September 30th of last year, we accounted for 231 individuals. So far this year, we have accounted for 116 We started counting on October 1st of 2025. 116 is the greatest number of identifications this agency has made at this point in the fiscal year ever. So we are on a pace unlike we have ever seen before, due to a ton of hard work. Okay, that is my talk. Thank you very much. I am going to turn the microphone over to Julie to talk to you all about DNA.
All right, thank you, Owen. Can everybody hear me okay? Excellent. My name is Julie Demarest. I am the technical leader with the Family Reference Sample Group at the Armed Forces DNA Identification Laboratory. So I'm actually the scientist who leads all the scientists collecting and processing your references as you donate them. I'm going to talk about DNA analysis in the identification process today, as Dr. O'Leary kind of set me up for. Once the references get to us and the remains get to us and all the testing that we do. So just a quick disclaimer, any opinions that I express are my own. Any science is fact. So just as an overview, I'm going to start with just discussing our laboratory structure with you, what unique characteristics we bring to the table in the identification process. I'm going to talk about some new DNA testing methods that have come online more recently, and then the most important part, your role in the identification process. So the Armed Forces DNA Identification Laboratory is a division of the Armed Forces Medical Examiner System. We fall under the Defense Health Agency, and we are located on Dover Air Force Base in lovely Dover, Delaware. We were actually established in 1990 and charged with using DNA identification to identify remains of U.S. service members from current and past conflicts. So we do both. We are an accredited forensic DNA laboratory. We have multiple lines of accreditation, both to the forensic and general laboratory guidelines. And we have been a mission partner with the Defense POW MIA Accounting Agency since 1990. We have had many notable casework advances over the years, from 1992 when the first mitochondrial DNA testing was performed to now. We have developed multiple testing techniques and approaches as we deal with many of the different challenges that come with this unique set of casework samples. We have our demineralization buffer. You can see a picture there. We start with a very small cutting of bone. We then actually powder that bone, and then that goes into the extraction buffer. By the end of the procedure, it's actually fully solubilized, which means all of that powdered bone is now in my solution and ready for DNA extraction. So that was actually a huge advance for us to be able to use all of the DNA in that sample. In 2016, we implemented next generation sequencing for mitochondrial DNA, and that was actually a huge advancement. That really set us up to start researching the ability to use SNPs, which are single nucleotide polymorphisms, and I'll get into all of that a little later. Most recently, we have validated and implemented SNP casework as of 2025, just about a year ago. So I don't know how many of you are biology majors or are familiar with the basics of DNA testing, but just to cover it pretty quickly, we have two different types of DNA that we're actually looking for and testing for when we're doing this work. We have nuclear DNA, we have mitochondrial DNA. Both are present in your cells, and both provide different information and different ways of being able to test and use that information. Nuclear DNA is probably what you're more familiar with if you think of DNA testing, but there's only one copy per cell. It's inherited from both your mother and your father. Mitochondrial DNA, on the other hand, is present in many copies per cell. It is a smaller genome and it's circular in size, which actually makes it more stable and resistant to degradation over time. That is inherited from your mother only, which is why when you're providing a DNA reference sample and you're speaking with us at the table, we want to go over your relationship to the service member so thoroughly. It makes a difference for testing. So sometimes people ask, why do you start with mitochondrial DNA testing? You know, that's not what I'm used to when I hear about forensic DNA. And that really is because of the reasons that I stated. We have many copies per cell. It is more robust, so it's more resistant to degradation. We are able to go out to further degrees of relatedness because mitochondrial DNA is passed unchanged from a mother to all of her children and down a maternal line. So that allows me to be able to collect many different relatives as references. It's excellent for highly degraded DNA, and it allows us to sort DNA profiles, much like what Dr. O'Leary described with doing the isotope testing. It allows us to say, okay, these could be from the same individual, these could be from a different individual, even if it doesn't lead to a specific individual. It's a great first step. We also do nuclear DNA testing, both Y chromosomal and autosomal. Y chromosomal testing looks specifically at the male Y chromosome, and so only males are eligible to donate for this test. We have validated a low copy number method, which allows us to look at a much smaller amount of DNA, and that's specific to the unknown samples, the skeletal remains. This is actually not used by other labs, but it's fully validated and has been accredited for our laboratory. We also do nuclear autosomal testing, standard STR testing. That is more like what you would see from a criminalistic DNA laboratory, and so it doesn't always work with degraded samples. We have been able to use forensically available kits with some success, although that is why we've moved on to additional methods, because STR testing is probably our least successful method of testing. We have a positive identification when we're able to get that testing to work because you're using more closely related individuals for the comparison. But as you can see, my chart is limited in who I can collect for that type. So we actually have multiple validated methods of DNA extraction. Extraction is removing the DNA from the sample that we received, getting that isolated and purified in a way that we can do all of the remainder of our testing. At ACTO, we actually have 4 validated extraction methods, and that's just because there are many different circumstances and conditions that the unknown remains come to us in. We need to be able to assess the quality, the quantity of DNA, and move forward with the type of extraction that works best for that sample. So as you can see, sample extraction method really depends on what type of DNA or what type of sample that we have. And you can see our success rate varies quite a bit depending on what type of testing we're doing. But as I mentioned before, our mitochondrial DNA testing is always the most successful, pretty much regardless of the element that we get and we have to test. Overall success rates are generally very good with all of our methods, but mitochondrial is still the best. We have multiple methods just because we have to be able to be flexible. We have to be able to take the sample that we're given and do the best that we can with it, depending on a number of different factors. We actually had the ability to work with an outside lab, the Max Planck Institute, and send them some of the samples that we are receiving from DPAA that we're doing this testing on. And they were able to compare some of our World War II and Korea samples to ancient DNA samples up to 40 years old, and found that our DNA quality and quantity tends to be lower And so that's where the challenge comes in for us. It's good to know that, and you can tell based on our success rates that we've been very good at figuring out the best methods, but this really kind of gives you a sense of what we're dealing with when we are testing these samples. I think I mentioned before that one of our big advances was whole genome testing, so testing the entire mitochondrial genome instead of just a portion of it. And that was brought online in 2016, so we've got 10 years of NGS mitogenome testing. We liken that to a fishing expedition. So essentially you have the right bait, or in our case baits, that go into your sample pool and pull out just the DNA that you were looking for. And by using custom baits, we're able to remove the DNA from a sample that might be full of bacteria, of environmental factors that have influenced that bone that it was taken from, and be able to pull the human DNA out very effectively to work with that moving forward. So in fiscal year 25, we averaged about 134 mitochondrial genome samples per month through NGS. In FY26, currently our average is 181 per month. And so you can see we have continued to expand our ability to do this testing and our throughput in order to support the additional identifications being made. Since 2016, over 9,000 samples have been tested with this testing method. This is both new and previously tested samples. There are times when previous testing was not enough. We have the ability to go back and do this whole genome sequencing that sometimes provides enough additional information to make an identification. All maternal FRS, so the reference samples that you've donated, all have been processed for whole genome since 2021. And just like the other samples, we have the ability to go back and retest FRS for additional testing methods as needed. So even if you gave a sample 20 years ago, I can go back and sequence it in whole genome as needed. So this just kind of puts into picture some of the process that we go through in the timeline of developing new testing methods. Validating next generation sequencing for mitogenome happened in 2016, and our next step we knew was going to have to be a way of doing better work with autosomal testing. And so for us that was the SNP testing. SNP stands for single nucleotide polymorphism. And that is the method of testing that you probably are most familiar with from commercial DNA testing kits. So your Ancestry, your 23andMe, those are SNP test kits. Commercial test kits don't work for our samples. We evaluated that, we did our research and development, found that pretty quickly. And so eventually we were able to develop a custom 95,000 SNP panel that did work for our samples and provided the amount of data necessary to be able to make identifications. And that was, as I mentioned, implemented about a year ago and has been tremendously successful. SNP stands for single nucleotide polymorphism. As I mentioned, that's just a single base pair within your millions of bases of DNA. And so that's why we look at 95,000 different SNPs to get a picture of your entire genome in a way that is useful for us for identification. This is actually spread over all of your chromosomes rather than focusing just on a Y chromosome or just on a mitochondrial genome. So it's a way for us to look at a wider array of data across an entire genome. And it also allows us to expand our pool of eligible DNA references. This allowed us to start collecting based on degree of relatedness rather than just specific lineages. And so at this point, everybody in yellow on that chart, everybody out to a 4th degree of relatedness is now an eligible DNA donor. So even if you attended a meeting 5 or 10 years ago and you were told you weren't eligible for DNA collection at that time, that may have changed, and that's because we've brought this new testing online. So nuclear SNPs, it's another part of the process. Like I said, we sometimes don't get enough information from mitochondrial DNA or even the whole genome. We're able to take a group of individuals, test, and narrow it down to get to a point where we can do nuclear SNPs and get to that individual identification. As I mentioned, we started casework about a year ago, and our first identification was in March 2025 using SNPs. That was Ensign Eugene Mandeberg. His case was very unique in that we had a very good sense of who he probably was, and we just did not have the right FRS to do the right amount of testing before SNPs came online to prove it. And so he was the first one that we wanted to identify using SNPs. Since then, we've reported over 380 profiles. We have a very high success rate with this type of testing, which is excellent. We've had over 123. These numbers are about a month old, so it's even higher than that now. This really is making a huge difference in the identification process. We actually just published a paper on this validation because AFDL is a leader in the field of DNA for human remains identification. So we developed this method, we use it and validate it internally, and we've now published to share with the community. The article was published at the beginning of March. It was actually recently selected as the cover article for that edition. That's over a number of other articles, and it's been very well received in the community. So this is just our way of being able to share with others the work that we are doing and to hopefully help others do the same. Here's a chart. It's got a lot of information on it. It really just helps to break down all of our different testing types and sort of the pros and cons of each. There is no one right test or one right method. You have to sometimes look at what you have, what the information shows, and determine the different types of tests that you do from there. That can take into account what references you have, what data you can get from the sample, starting with mitochondrial DNA testing and then moving through the process all the way to SNPs. So somebody actually asked me a question earlier today that was in line with what our next steps might be. And one of those things is forensic investigative genetic genealogy, or FIG, or IGG, essentially being able to use information that we produce and search commercially available databases that allow for it in order to potentially identify remains that don't have references on file. This is, if you watch the news, if you see all the announcements of human identification, identification of missing persons who have been found recently, this is a big area of study in the forensic DNA community. And we are currently working internally to develop methods that hopefully will work for our samples and for our case types. It's the scenario where you don't have a reference and you need to look outside. Obviously, I don't want to go to a big commercially available database if I have a reference on file for a direct match. So it's not where we would start, but it's certainly a good next step of where to go when our other methods have not worked. So I know we sometimes have questions that come up, misconceptions about maybe what we do or how we do it. One of the more common ones these days is, well, I did a commercial test kit, I did an ancestry, I put it into this database, isn't that enough? And the answer is no. The AFDL has their own database that's used for DNA references. We do direct comparisons and matching. That's covered by our privacy statement, so we never share that data. But really, we need your reference directly in order to be most effective in the identification process. We also sometimes get questions about why do you use mitochondrial DNA? Isn't that a limited tool? And hopefully, after I've gone through everything, you see that it's really just one important step of the process. We have a wide array of testing types that we use in order to get all the way to an identification. Nothing is out of date. Everything is still relevant if it's still useful in the process. And So, you know, we're the experts when it comes to making those decisions about what testing we need to do, what testing is going to work best for the sample, and that's why we keep all of our validated methods online, old and new. People also ask, why does my DNA testing take so long? Obviously, it really depends on sample quality and quantity, the ability to test our very challenging samples and get that useful information out of them. We have to optimize methods to our unique sample set. And we often have to develop those methods ourselves. So that's why our forensic SNP validation was something that was fully validated and developed internally, and then we published with the community. It wasn't something that we were able to just purchase a kit and go. The biggest thing, family references. We need references on file. We can't make identifications without having a reference to compare it to when it comes to DNA. So if you're donated in the past, if you are ready to donate today, we're here today. My collection team is here until the end of the meeting. If you have any questions, please feel free to come and speak to me or one of my scientists. As I said, DNA testing is complicated and case dependent. We use cutting edge technology and a wide range of testing methods. We continually monitor success rates, reassess, and optimize. So there's never a time when we say, well, we're done with that, don't go back to it. If there's a new test, we will go back and do that new test when we can. We continue to be the world leader in forensic human remains DNA testing. As I mentioned, we publish our work whenever that's relevant to the community. We develop new test methods. And being able to expand eligibility means that I can now collect more of you to use as part of the identification process. There I have a lot of acknowledgements because there are a lot of people that contribute to and support our work. Most notably, my senior scientific staff, my division chief, Dr. Timothy McMahon. Also outside laboratories, Parabon Nanolabs, our research section and our casework sections who do so much of this work, as well as the DPAA laboratory staff who we work so closely with. And most of all, I'd like to thank all of you. Thank you for being here today. Thank you for contributing your DNA when you can and having those conversations with us to figure out the best way forward for your loved one. Q&A next.
Thank you, Julie. I would like to ask all of our presenters if they would come forward, please. And that includes a couple of our staff directors that were not presenters, and Sergeant Major. So the time has come for our Q&A session. Similar to the remembrance ceremony, if you would like to ask a question, please raise your hand. We have individuals in the audience with microphones. They will come to you with a microphone and you can then ask your question. If you would, please keep your questions generic and about the presentation that you had. If you have specific questions about your case, please limit those to your one-on-one with your analyst or submit your question to your service casualty office. But we would ask that you not ask case-specific questions in this forum. Okay. Captain Bodnar, you want to come on up also, please?
think we have our team assembled here. You guys can come up on stage. Come up on stage. Allie Campo, up on stage. Okay, first question over on the side.
Thank you. I just want to say this is outstanding work and very impressive, and it means a great deal. One of my questions is, I know it was touched on earlier a little bit about your financial support, and I'm assuming this is provided through our government agencies, and I'm really hoping that continued support will be provided, but are you worried about any cuts to your financial support for this outstanding program? And I want to, again, just thank you for your work. And how is this communicated to other possible not-for-profit support? Because this is, I was not aware of all of this work behind the scenes, and is there a way that we can promote this further?
Thank you for that question. So one of the things that it takes for an organization like ours to conduct the sacred mission is we have to be organized, trained, and equipped. And one of the things that we ask of our families is to go to Congress. Let them know about your missing loved ones. Let them know how important it is to you all that we can be equipped, be organized, and funded to make sure that we have the overhead that we need to conduct the sacred mission. And so as private citizens, please go to your representatives and explain to them this mission, the education that you receive from events like this, and share with them the stories that you've shared with each other and us today. And also, the veteran service organizations that I mentioned earlier, they're another great entity, or family member groups, that they can also bring those, those points that you have up with Congress. And that will certainly help you bend their ear and help educate them on how they can better organize, train, and equip agencies like ours. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am, if you'll hold on, we'll get a microphone over to you. Thank you.
This has been excellent, and I've learned a lot. My question is about the DNA testing. I just learned today that now I am one of the eligible participants. Well, twofold question. One is, how do we keep up out in the field to know that these changes are made, that there are other people eligible? And also, what do you want us to do with this? We have all these eligible family members. Do you want us to recruit more? That type of thing.
Good question, thank you. Can you hear me? Yes. So it really is case by case. A lot of the references collected in the past are eligible for the additional DNA testing types we're doing right now. Every reference collected since 1992 is stored at my laboratory and accessible for additional testing. So typically, if a case comes up for SNP testing and it was tested 10 or 20 years ago in mitochondrial DNA, I just pull the original reference and I do the additional SNP test. If a case comes up for SNP testing and I don't have appropriate references, or if they fail to work because they are older, I reach out to the service casualty officer and request an additional collection, a recollection, and they take a look at the case at that point. And then they say, well, we had maybe a maternal cousin on file, but I can see that there are actually closer relatives who weren't collected because they weren't maternal, and now they are SNP eligible. And so they take a look at that case, they do the outreach, we receive the new references. That is happening all the time. Moving forward, the SNP panel is expanded who can be collected, and so that's why we updated our collection form about a year ago to highlight in yellow all of the eligible references who can be collected. And so we do a lot of that work on, as needed on our own, and just know that when there is more testing to be done, we do reach back out and try to collect additional references as needed.
Thank you.
Thank you for all of you, all the knowledge you have given us today. I do have a question though, and forgive me if it was mentioned. The 55 boxes that were found, where do we stand with those? Particularly the North Korean. Oh, I'm going to take that.
Thank you very much for that question. We are still actively working on those 55 boxes of remains. We are up to, I don't know how many identifications we're up to out of K55 so far.
Go ahead.
We've made over 100 identifications from the K55, but what's I think is pretty unique is that we have over 250 unique DNA sequences. So we know there's at least 250 individuals at least that are part of those boxes, but the exact IDs are still coming in, but we're still working on it.
Another interesting aspect of that is some of those 250 DNA sequences are not Americans, and they turn out to be Korean remains. And so we work with a sister agency called MAPRI to return those Korean remains to Korea.
Over here.
Two questions. One, can you collect DNA from cremated remains? And number two, do you outsource this sequencing to labs like at the University of Michigan or other places like that, or do you have your own equipment?
So question one, DNA from cremated remains, generally the answer is no. They are not eligible for DNA testing. The DNA has been too damaged. Question two, outsourcing. We do not outsource. Our accreditation is specific to our laboratory, and so an outsourcing agreement for DNA testing would introduce an entire new layer. We keep all of our testing internal, and we expand our capability in the laboratory and staff as needed.
Marty, can you bring the microphone to Marty?
Thank you. My question has to do with funding. I recently learned that in the President's fiscal 2027 budget, the Defense Department budget increased substantially. However, funding for DPAA went down quite a bit. I think if memory serves, the fiscal 27 proposed amount is $160 million. Deeply concerned about that on behalf of all families, because I know that that will greatly impact what you are able to do both in the field and in the labs. But of course, field work is very, very important. So could you address that, and what can we do to help?
Thank you for that question, Marty. So I think your numbers are pretty accurate. That is what we're looking at for our fiscal year 27 budget from the President's budget. We as an agency experienced some budgetary constraints in the last fiscal year as well, but I think that was true for most government agencies experienced this. And so what we experienced was about on par with what sorts of cuts we saw throughout the whole of government. And we did, so that was an exercise in reprioritizing and looking at where we should best allocate our resources for that fiscal year, the one that we're currently in right now. And what I can tell you is that we were very careful with how we balanced our resources to make sure that we were still able to focus on the agency's priorities. Our number one operating priority for our operations is Southeast Asia. And so that is where the vast majority of our resources go. But we have a steady drumbeat toward all of our conflicts. And even with the budgetary restraints, we were still able to address the same proportion of resources to each mission. We're very carefully looking at how we prioritize the missions given the budget that we have. And looking for fiscal year 27, we're in the process right now of finalizing what we expect our operating plan and our field work to be for 27. We're approaching it the same way. So the same focus areas, the same resources, applying in the same percentages to make sure that we're still able to honor the strategy that the agency has laid out as it is. But I think we've actually, Colonel Rankin mentioned it already. What can you do? I would say that you want to continue to engage as private citizens to make sure that you explain your own family's story and what it means to you. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ma'am. My name is Michelle Mullins, and I'm an Air Force civilian out of Wright-Patterson Air Force Base. I fall under the Combat Readiness Directorate and work in the Human Systems Division. And we go out and we do investigation for mishaps, and we collect artifacts. And we bring some of those back and archive those in a building next to me. I'm curious if your agency works with Human Systems Division. Thank you.
So I'll answer part of that and then I'll turn it over to SA. We used to have a section that was within the Life Sciences Equipment Laboratory called the Artifacts section. That was devoted specifically to the Vietnam War. When DPAA was established, the Air Force gave that Artifacts section over to DPAA, so it's part of now our laboratory at Offutt Air Force Base. You want to speak to any more about the artifacts portion, LSEL?
Everything that you remember has been moved from Ohio to our facility in Omaha, so it's the same people, same stuff. We renamed it when we became DPAA, but retained everything. So we still have all of that.
Thank you. There's so many of you that are active duty members. So how do you get to be on this team? Do you have to apply? Do you have to have so many years of service? I mean, are you selected? It would be interesting to know.
So the active duty portion of this job is the best job, obviously. I might be a little biased, but there are specific military occupational specialties that are required for our mission, such as in the Army, not to be really specific, but a 92 mic, right? A mortuary affairs specialist. Mortuary affairs specialist is my slot, and it's the slot of a lot of people in our recovery teams. We also have life support investigators, we have EOD technicians. So the services have our needs specifically, and then the services task individuals that meet those needs to meet the needs of our organization. Does that answer your question? You can volunteer. We can request a by name if you have if we have a very big need and you have a very specific military occupational specialty that we need, but that's the only kind of volunteerism besides the one when we raised our hands at military entrance process. Does that answer it? Thank you.
Hi, I'd like to thank Julie Demarest for talking with me earlier, and I just wanted to clarify a statement you made about firstborn children and their DNA. Did it matter whether or not the firstborn children the children were female versus male in helping identify any given person who is MIA? I think that's actually a combination of a couple of things we were talking about. So the firstborn child comes into account when they're looking at the primary versus secondary next of kin, and that's more legal and more for notification. For DNA testing, everybody is the same if they have the same level of relatedness. So there is no better or worse when it comes to firstborn, secondborn. It's all about the specific relationship. Are you maternal? Are you paternal? Are you male? Are you female? And that's what we look at when we're collecting DNA references.
Hi,
Excuse me. Our family member missing MIA is my uncle, who only had 3 sisters. All of those sisters have female children. So I understand it becomes more difficult with that. They have sons. And so the grandsons, could you explain why, without too much difficulty, why then those dependents cannot be utilized, or the children further down the family line?
Absolutely. So a service member has a Y chromosome, they're mostly male from this generation. They have a Y chromosome that they inherited from their father. Any of their full sibling brothers would have the same Y chromosome, but females don't receive a Y chromosome. I have 2 X chromosomes. And so females don't have a Y chromosome to pass down. So the sisters didn't have Ys, they don't pass down their Ys, they always pass down their X. So it is entirely up to the male whether they have a boy or a girl. You're sending forward your Y or your X. So in this scenario, you have sisters, you have maternal nieces and nephews. We would collect whoever is available. We would do mitochondrial DNA testing first. We would do whole genome sequencing. And then now we would do the SNPs. And because of the SNP testing that is available, looking just at degree of relatedness, I really don't need the YSTR, the Y chromosome, in the same way that I used to. And so we would collect the closest available relatives who are still living, and having multiple references should be enough to produce an identification using DNA.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm sorry about that. I've got a really, I got a 2-part question. I think you answered part of it. Did I understand your grid correctly? You guys can come down, as far as the DNA, down to a great grand or child, so to speak, or maybe in my case, great grand nephew or niece?
Yes. So, and I can talk to you after the fact, and we can go over the chart.
This is nice.
Specific relationship questions. We go out to 4 degrees of relatedness now, so that accounts for great-grandchildren, great-nephews and nieces. It's expanded the eligibility on both sides of the family tree out to 4 degrees of relatedness.
Okay. And my second part is there a benefit to having multiple samples?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, we typically try to collect at least 2 reference samples per DNA type, so maternal, paternal, autosomal. SNP testing overlaps with all of those types, and so I don't need 2 additional SNPs, but when they are available, we'd like to collect multiple references just for concordance.
Thank you so much.
Hi, I just want to echo everyone's thoughts. Thank you so much for everything that you're doing. Just back to the SNPs, it looked like there was only, like for each of the chromosomes, there would be like 8% of one that was available down to like, I don't know, 1 or 2% of others. Are you continuing to develop more SNPs so that you can cover more of the chromosomes?
So our 95,000 SNP panel tries to cover a range, the entire range of chromosomes. We're not working on developing an additional expanded panel for SNP testing specifically, but we are looking at some additional panels that may also be able to be used for the big casework that I mentioned, the comparison to external, to publicly available databases, just because those tests are all different. They're all SNP tests, but they aren't all the same SNPs for comparison. So you might not have the overlap you need between panels. So we are expanding the number of SNPs, attempting to do that right now in our research and technology section.
How long does it take from when a swab is submitted to you and you have it finally analyzed to use as a comparison?
Routine testing takes about 6 months, but it is very dependent on exactly which test we are performing, and that depends on your specific relatedness to the individual. We certainly can't expedite testing, and sometimes that's necessary if the DPAA has a case in the laboratory that they believe this to be. There are times where we have a case where we're waiting on a specific reference, and then that can sort of move to the front of the line because it may lead to an ID immediately, but on average about 6 months.
Yes, ma'am, if you'll hold on for a microphone. If you would hold, ma'am, because this is being live streamed and we have a live stream audience that would like to hear questions also, so go ahead.
Jim, I haven't had an opportunity to look through everything, so maybe it's already there, but before we leave, will there be a phone number or email addresses that we can access if we have questions about something? That's the first question. The second question is there a way that we can personally contact relatives that are not here to access, to be able to get their DNA samples to you?
So to answer your question on contact information, when you first came in, there was a table set up with information pamphlets that you could take with you. On the back of one of the cards is the phone numbers for all of the service casualty offices. So if you have any follow-on questions or questions about relationships to submit DNA, if you would contact your service casualty office, they would be able to then take your question and get it to the right agency, or they would be able to answer your question about family relationship for DNA. Thank you. Yes.
Our service member is our mother's brother, as he had no children. We gave a DNA sample back in like 2007, before all of these new technology. Should we submit another one, or is that sample still good enough?
Your sample is still good enough. I go back and do additional testing. That's why we take 3 swabs off the bat, so that we test one, we save the others. If I ever need an additional sample, I will reach out. I'll have the service casualty officer reach out. When we get the list, the registration list, we go through and look for DNA eligibility. If there was somebody who we needed an additional sample from at that point, say we've done testing for all of their swabs, we would mark you for recollection. So if we didn't let you know that we need more, the sample we have on file is good.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Thanks again for everything. I have a few questions here. First question is, could someone speak to how long DNA samples remain in human skeletal remains that are in the ground? Is that obviously they deteriorate over time, and so what is that time frame and how does that work? I'll ask all 3, and then if you can figure out and get your answers. The second question is, was spoken to about disinterring unknowns, and I just wondered where we are in that process. Is it planned to disinter all unknowns, or does that have a trigger before that happens? And then the third thing, just recently, for instance, with COVID and other disease study, there's monitoring done in wastewater now for checking for germs or whatever that come through wastewater. So as you're doing field work, and I see the wet washing of the remains, and I know you're screening for a 1/4 inch, but is there even some time when maybe that's a new technique that might be used to identify if there is human DNA running through that? It's probably too touchy, but thank you.
So we'll start with the disinterment question first. Captain Bodnar, you want to address that?
Sir, do you mean the disinterments, like all disinterments of all unknowns, or do you mean a specific project?
Well, within from this time frame, we're talking World War II to...
Okay, so he's asking for really most unknowns from within our mandate, which is World War II through our present day. So we have projects, what we call projects, which would be big groups of unknowns that are associated with a certain loss event. So based on the specific, the circumstances of that loss and whether there's a certain grouping that we can associate, we would typically try to pursue those by that project because it's often helpful or actually necessary for us to get the full complete sets of those unknowns in order to do the full processing and understand the pieces of how the pieces of that puzzle fit together. But there are plenty of unknowns that are not necessarily associated with a project or a big loss event. And so we might still go after some of those individual cases, but it just requires additional work and we have to have developed enough information about those cases to know that we have a good chance of making an identification. So there is a lot of research that would go into supporting a disinterment. Does anybody else here want to add to that?
Chris, can you speak to or Josh, the process of developing a disinterment package?
Yeah, so the first thing that I'll say is, so there's a Deputy Secretary of Defense, a previous Secretary of Defense signed a policy that said what we can and can't disinter. So that's based on the likelihood of whether or not we can make an identification or not. Largely for us, that's a DNA threshold. So there are two thresholds. There's a 50% threshold, there's a 60% threshold. So when we talk about the 50%, that's just an individual unknown that is not part of one of the projects that Captain Bodnar just talked about. So if we just think that one unknown could be 10 men that were on one bomber crew, for example, we need at least half the DNA for the 10 men that were on that crew, so we need at least 5 crew members' DNA. And if we don't have that, that doesn't meet that threshold to get that proposal for a disinterment past the level up above DPAA. If it is a project, so something like Cabanatuan or the Ploestier raids in Romania, that's a 60% threshold. So you have to get up to 60%. So let's say you have, I was going to make a round number because if I was good at math I wouldn't be a historian. Let's do 100. So if you got 100 people that are part of that project, right, you would need 60 of those 100 people's DNA to meet that threshold to be able to get that disinterment off the ground and out of the agency and exhumed. In general, the beginning of all of this is research, right? So we have to have a reason to believe that we think we know. Like a 50% likelihood is, do we actually think we know who this could be? That starts with research, that's data, that's putting dots on maps by using archival research, information we've gathered from the field. This set of remains came from where and who went missing in the area where this set of remains came from so that we can give the lab a good list. Like we could give the lab all of the unknowns and the lab could do what they do and AFDO could do what they do, but historically we give them a historical list first. So I think these people let's say I'm doing a ground loss project and I know that this set of remains came from a very specific place because the X-file gives the location of where the remains were initially found. We're gonna take that spot, do a geospatial analysis of everybody who went missing in that area within, let's say if it's a ground loss, maybe within 2 kilometers of there. This is the unit that was there. Only the 352nd Infantry Regiment ever went through here. So who are the 352nd Infantry Regiment guys who are missing in this place? That's gonna be our list. So let's say we might have a list that starts with like 18. We write that from a historical context. This is our historical list of who went missing there. We then give that to the laboratory. The laboratory does their own analysis based on the list that we gave them and says, okay, well this guy's teeth doesn't match. This guy's too tall. So they'll take our historical list and they'll cut that down. That 50 and 60% threshold is based on the final list between the historical information that we have and then the lab's final analysis of who can't match just anthropologically. Does that help?
So Josh just gave a great detailed answer for how we even get to where we are ready. We approve a disinterment, but once we have those, then we schedule those disinterments, and we have to plan that pretty far out as well because the season for disinterring is it's based heavily on the geographic location and also based on the throughput for the lab, how many sets of remains the lab could process at any time. So we will actually have a pretty discrete plan of when we're going to do disinterments throughout the year based on that location and based on the throughput for the lab. So it's planned out pretty far in advance once we have those approved packages. And then you had two other questions.
DNA. Okay, I think the DNA was how long is DNA recoverable for? That makes me think of the slide that I put up with the green bars and the purple bars, the comparison from the Max Planck Institute. Literally, some of our World War II and Korea remains have DNA amounts similar to 40,000-year-old remains. So they are recoverable between 80 and 40,000 years, if that helps. I think it gets down to a point of diminishing return and then stays steady. It definitely depends on the conditions. There are a lot of factors that go into recoveries and where the remains have been, but it continues to be able to be sequenced long after the losses that we're looking at right now.
Sir, did that answer your questions on?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else?
Going back to the lady's point earlier about the budget being cut, do you get any funding from outside sources, foundations or anything like that, or is it just through the military budget? And if there's anything from outside, what percentage of your budget comes from outside, from donations or something like that? Or
Thank you for the question. I think in the last few years, we've been authorized to receive gifts. We're not authorized to solicit funding, and we have had some very generous things. The Veterans of Foreign Wars, for example, has provided some funding for different activities, relatively small amounts. That is available, but again, it's a little difficult because we can't ask for it. So people just have to have the generosity. That said, with our partners can go out and solicit funding, and they've done that very successfully. They have done missions for virtually no cost. That's going on as we speak. So pretty robust effort by partners to do fundraising and pay for field work, et cetera. And matter of fact, University of Wisconsin and some other state institutions have gone to their state legislatures and asked for state funding, which has succeeded in a couple of instances. So that's something that's going on. Again, we just have to kind of wait for it to come to us, but the partners are certainly pursuing it, and we encourage them and support them in that effort. I don't have anything else. Did that answer the question?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Yes, sir, if you'll hold on just a minute, they'll bring a microphone to you.
I was curious because of the importance of your work, how much has it driven the advancements of your science of DNA testing?
I feel like I missed the first part of the question. How has the mission driven the science?
Yeah, the importance of it and the need to advance in it. How much has it influenced it?
Well, we are constantly trying to find new techniques to be able to bridge the gaps in who we can identify and who we still cannot. And as you can see, the 10-year timeline for development of our SNP testing, that has really been a huge goal of ours for a long time, to be able to use autosomal DNA analysis in a way that is independent of specific relationship. That was a huge driving factor, and you have to have the technology to be able to do that. And so previously we were not quite there. We had to find assays that worked specifically for our sample types. We know that the next step really beyond SNPs is the challenge of service members who might not have references on file with us and figuring out what we can do to close that gap. And so for us, that is looking to the externally available, publicly available databases and seeing what we can do there. And so that's what we're currently focused on. But we see a problem and we try to figure out how we can solve that and how we can advance our ability to make those identifications.
Any other questions? Okay, thank you very much. And thank you all to for all of the questions today. If you didn't get your question asked or you think of a question after you get home, please reach out to your service casualty office and they will certainly get those questions to us. When we return from lunch, we'll have the conflict-specific breakout sessions. For the World War II families, you'll gather here in the Ambassador's Ballroom. The Korean War families will gather in the Mackinac Room, located on the 5th floor. The Vietnam War families will be in the LaSalle Room, also on the 5th floor. And the hotel is open for, their restaurant is open for lunch, but if you aren't interested in the restaurant, there's a list of local area restaurants that are within a half a mile or so of the restaurant on your table. So if you would, please return at 2:30 and enjoy your lunch. Oh, and if you would like to have your parking validated, if you park here in the hotel, please see Greg Hayes at the registration table.
Somebody's celebrating a birthday. Absolutely. That's fine. That's what I'm matching up on. He tries not
Oh, this